Hello, welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us today. It's great to see so many of you here in the room, a lot of familiar faces, new faces, faces in real life that we've met on Zoom. Thank you all for being here. I'm Kate Warren. I'm Executive Vice President and Executive Editor here at Devex, and really delighted to welcome all of you joining us here in person in New York and joining us online for our Devex Wash Works event. This is our summit we're doing on the sidelines of the U.N. Water Conference. Many of you are probably here for that as well. That's just happening up the street. But we noticed there weren't a lot of side events really focused on WASH. And so that's what we really wanted to dive into today. We know that there are 2 billion people who don't have access to clean water, another 3.6 billion people who don't have access to sanitation. These issues bleed into all of the other SDGs as well, right? And at the U.N. Water Conference, I think it's the first time in 50 years that they've hosted a conference on water, recognizing just how critical and important it is to reaching all of the global goals. So we will be digging into WASH, but also talking about how these issues bleed into broader global health concerns, food and agriculture, how it bleeds into humanitarian crises. Too much or too little water is often the cause of a growing humanitarian crises, which then create their own WASH challenges of their own, all of this exacerbated by climate. So these are the issues we'll be digging into today. We have a great program lined up for you. I'm really excited to be joined by my Devex colleagues. We have reporters Sarah Jerving and Colin Lynch, our managing editor, Anna Gall. If you are not familiar with their bylines, you probably are. That means you need to subscribe to Devex Newswire. That's our daily newsletter that is all the news you can use on global development. We also have Devex Checkup, which is our weekly global health newsletter where we dig into issues like WASH as part of our overall global health coverage. I do want to thank our innovation and reception partner, Reckitt Global Health, Global Hygiene Institute. Thank you guys so much for your partnership. You'll learn a little bit more about their work later today in the program, and also our supporting partner, One Drop Foundation. We can't do these events without the support of our partners, so we really appreciate that. We will, for those of you who are here in person, there will be a break in the middle of the day, so you'll have a chance to connect with colleagues over some more food and drink, and then we will close with a reception. So we really hope you stick with us all afternoon into the evening as we have some really dynamic conversations planned for you and a chance for you all to connect with each other. Those of you joining online, we're really happy to have you participating, even though you can't be with us here in New York. Well, without further ado, I'd like to kick off, and we are going to start with a video from our supporting partner, One Drop Foundation. All right, thank you all.
Transformational change is more than infrastructure and education. Neuroscience has shown how people-centered initiatives that trigger emotion are more sustainable. That is why social art for behavior change initiatives engage people on both rational and emotional levels, breaking down barriers to replace deeply rooted behaviors with healthier ones.
Si mte gonti négligence, depuis pas pour monter dans l'institution, li déjà li getan rappelé ça met un message.
Inspired by Cirque du Soleil, these initiatives started in 2015 with a pilot project in Mexico. Today, they have impacted 1.18 million people in 12 countries. This impact goes beyond the scope of SDG 6, creating a ripple effect that contributes to multiple goals, such as health, education, gender equality, climate resilience, and the reduction of inequalities. Artists become catalysts of social change, and participants co-creators of a project from its design to its implementation. This process puts people first, helping communities create their own change. In Mali, theatrical performances helped double the number of people washing their hands with water and soap after using a latrine. In Colombia, music video clips contributed to an increase in hand-washing rates from 29 to 52%. In India, thematic shows have led 21,000 families to start using latrines. The One Drop Foundation seeks to inspire change makers in order to scale its social art for behavior change initiatives even further.
Y es importante que los jóvenes se organicen.
Water powers life. Social art empowers communities to elicit emotions and to promote action for sustainable change.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sarah Jerving. I'm a journalist with Devex, and we're thrilled to be convening you all here today for this very rare and special moment in the WASH sector. As Kate mentioned, it's been nearly 50 years since the last UN Water Conference, and so there's a lot to unpack here, a lot of aspirations about what could come out of this. I was at the UN headquarters building yesterday, as I'm sure a lot of you were as well, and a lot's going on. So we want to unpack that a little bit and set the scene. So I'd like to invite Kate Medlicott to the stage to do that for us. Kate is the sanitation team leader at the World Health Organization within the Water and Sanitation Division. Thanks so much for joining us. So at the World Health Organization, Kate is responsible for translating health evidence to policy and practice through WHO guidelines, and for the health sector collaborations where sanitation is a critical component of risk and disease control. Kate co-led the State of the World Sanitation Report. So could you talk a little bit, Kate, about it's been 50 years since the last UN conference. The world has changed quite significantly since then. What would you say are the main challenges facing the WASH sector?
Well, yeah, I mean, 50 years is a long time, and as you say, the world has changed a lot. We've got a much bigger population, we've got a different demography in terms of urbanization, we've got new challenges of water security, climate change, you name it, food security. So I think, at least from sort of my early career, WASH was quite a distinct sector. We were working a lot in rural areas and thinking a lot about sort of first-time access. I think now the opportunities are the challenges and the opportunities are much broader. So we're looking at urban areas. We're looking at at citywide kind of systems as opposed to household-based services, and then also really needing to sort of look at those interface areas. So how does WASH interface with urban planning? How does it interface with food security? And the challenges and opportunities that come with that, particularly things around, say, circular economy and so forth.
And can you talk a bit about what's at stake this week during the conference? There's kind of hopes that this could be somewhat like a Paris moment, like the Paris Agreement was for the climate movement, but for the WASH sector. Kind of what outcomes do you expect to see this week?
Yeah, I think there was a lot of kind of hope that this might be a Paris moment, and perhaps it still could. But I think what's fundamentally different is this conference doesn't have a negotiated outcome. So I think, whereas the Paris Agreement had that, of course, and that provides a lot of momentum. But, there's a huge amount of people here in New York. Everybody's coming with their commitments. Those are institutional commitments. Those are personal commitments. Hopefully these big game-changing commitments we're looking for. So I think we need to take stock a little bit as the week goes along to digest a bit and see what it all kind of adds up to. What are the big themes coming out of it? I've been involved in the preparation of the Interactive Dialogue 1 on water and health, and you can see some really strong themes emerging from there already. As we might expect, of course, financing is really big. Everybody's looking to see how we're going to fund this acceleration. But I think the the really important, maybe it's not the most, you know, not going to set the world on fire as an idea, but this shift to system strengthening. So not just thinking about facilities, but what are the whole of government systems that sustain wash services. And I think we can see really strong parallels coming from the health sector, what needs to be done for health system strengthening and wash system strengthening. I think that's really embedded as an idea now.
And what would you see as is needed for some of these system strengthening approaches?
Well, there's loads, right? But I think, and even it's funny you say that, because sometimes we throw around the term system strengthening like it's something that's well defined. I mean, but we're really talking about all the elements of governance. So that's whether the legislative, the policy, the regulatory, the funding and finance flows, as well as the kind of national systems that support service delivery and the data flows that pick up on progress and course correction when that's not happening.
And one of the conversations and narratives this week has been kind of the management of water as a global good as opposed to a tradable commodity. What does that mean, and what could that include?
Yeah, well, I sort of think of this more from a sanitation lens, of course, and I think as a sanitation sector, we got a bit stuck in a rut, actually, for, you know, thinking about sanitation like it's a private good, like somehow my personal investment in sanitation only benefits me, when in fact, of course, it's a public good, and that affects everybody. But I think that sort of private good mentality led us down some pathways that were maybe not entirely helpful, right? Like, so for sanitation, we really went down a no subsidies household investment kind of model, trying to leave a lot of it in the hands of the market. So I think this public good thinking is bringing us back to understanding that these investments in wash services, I'm thinking specifically sanitation, you know, are public goods that benefit not just the users for that service itself, but society at large in terms of outcomes for, you know, for public health, for education, for well-being, for economic development, you name it.
And kind of back to the outcomes of this week, kind of moving forward, what do you see as kind of accountability mechanisms that must be taken into account moving forward?
Well, I think first and foremost, you know, everybody that's come here with a commitment needs to be thinking about their own individual follow-up to that commitment, right, and looking at the mechanisms for that. When it comes to the mechanisms for the conference outcomes in general, I think we don't necessarily have to reinvent the wheel with a whole lot of new indicators and monitoring systems. There are some quite well-established global monitoring systems as well. So, you know, there's things like you know, the SDG 6 framework, the joint monitoring program, which does the wash parts. There's the GLASS, that's the global assessment and analysis of water and sanitation, which looks at the enabling environment part, and then the mutual accountability mechanisms from SWA. So I think we need to be looking at how we build on some of those existing sector monitoring mechanisms to take into account follow-up on the outcomes of the conference.
And what do you see as the biggest challenges in doing that?
I think we're going to have to agree on first what are the metrics for that, right? I think and then we have to somehow first take stock of what is the most important thing to measure, because there's going to be, you know, thousands of commitments here, and trying to monitor all of them on any kind of global scale is clearly going to be an enormous task. So yeah, I think the challenge first is going to be figuring out what is that really important lever that we can be pulling. And this is just my sort of very first impression from yesterday, but I think what would be super interesting to see as an indicator is proportion of water expenditure as a proportion of overall national expenditures, which is something that we do in health systems and is quite a good lever for comparing countries against each other and elevating the discussion from, you know, just financing for WASH, but as a proportion of national budgets.
And what other, as your focus is sanitation, kind of what sessions and what conversations are you most tuned into this week?
Well, I just came from one yesterday, actually, which was really interesting on sanitation regulation and the launch of a new coalition around sanitation regulation. We have what we call RegNet, a regulators network, and I think it's been super interesting in the last kind of few years to see this shift from, you know, what I was talking about before, largely kind of household-driven or market-based approaches, to now really talking about professionally managed and regulated services, and then looking at you know, what are the kind of coalitions that are going to drive high quality regulation for sanitation, and what do the service delivery models look like at kind of at citywide scale. And then also I've been, you know, we have this sanitation workers initiative, which is really one of my favourite things I'm involved in. It's just, you know, quite shocking, in fact, actually, to see the conditions that many sanitation workers live in and what it's going to take to sort of have enough workers and enough workers with dignified jobs to meet our SDG promise. So I think this workforce aspect of system strengthening is one that haven't really had our eye on that ball very well. So I see that coming up, and I'm really looking forward to working more in the space of workforce for WASH.
And you co-led the State of the World Sanitation Report. What are some kind of key takeaways from that report?
Yeah, well, firstly, it kind of lays out the status of where we're at, the rates of acceleration. I think everybody's heard it said many times that on average we need to quadruple rates of progress. So there's that, but then it kind of looks forward to, you know, what we know works and what can be done about it. So pulling in kind of health-based evidence from global guidelines like the guidelines on sanitation and health, but also looking at really promising case studies and points to countries, you know, like the Asian tiger countries that actually transformed sanitation within a generation. And at the time they started that transformation, they actually had GDPs that are you know, equivalent to many sub-Saharan African countries now, which really kind of makes the case that while it does seem challenging, it is doable, it has been done, history shows us that. And then the report kind of lays out ways forward that are structured around the SDG 6 global acceleration frameworks, which is, you know, 5 accelerators. So that's governance, finance, data, capacity, and innovation. They're kind of broad, and there's a whole lot of more specific recommendations under there. And actually, that's the same set of accelerators that are framing all of the interactive dialogue concept papers as well. So, yeah.
And one of the countries kind of in spotlight this week is Malawi, which has suffered from a massive cholera outbreak, and also kind of the Horn of Africa, and kind of the conversations around sanitation during drought. So lots of countries globally are dealing with crisis right now. Do you think that kind of the conversations this week in New York can translate to the ground? Kind of will it make a difference for these countries?
Yeah, well, I think firstly to acknowledge, as you say, countries in crisis, and we're talking about system strengthening a lot, we need to acknowledge that some of those countries in crisis have very weak or in some cases kind of no systems to build on. I think Malawi's a very timely example because they're suffering from a huge cholera outbreak. They're also suffering from climate-related floods, and I think points to this really difficult tension between addressing immediate needs and getting to root causes of problems. And so using cholera as an example, not just in Malawi, but in many places, I think it's a deep frustration of mine, actually, when you see where cholera pops up again and again. It's in the places with low levels of sanitation. It's quite predictable where we're going to see cholera emerge, and when we're in the midst of the response, we can, find resources for vaccines, for jerry cans, for disinfectant. But by the time the kind of immediate emergency has moved on, the will and the funding has also moved on, and therefore the root causes of sanitation failures are not dealt with, and then we sort of loop back around to the cycle. And I think that's not just my frustration. The Global Task Force on Cholera Control also kind of recognised that that's a challenge, and getting out of that kind of firefighting mode is, of course, is the ambition, but doing it in practice, I think, is a challenge, and a challenge that's made more complicated by these issues of climate change and conflict.
Well, thank you so much, Kate. We really appreciate you kind of setting the scene for us for our conversations.
My pleasure.
And that is the end of that conversation is a great transition to our next panel, which will focus on the climate crisis and how it intersects with water and sanitation. At the UN headquarters yesterday, one of the speakers said that kind of climate change is the underlying DNA to the whole conversation this week. So we are privileged to be joined by a set of experts who will talk this through with us. So I'd like to welcome to the stage Katerina de Albuquerque, who is the CEO of Sanitation and Water for All, where she's a powerful advocate for the human right to water and sanitation. I'd also like to welcome Jeffrey Goldberg, who is director of USAID's Center for Water Security, Sanitation, and Hygiene, where he manages agency-wide efforts to implement the U.S. Global Water Strategy, and serves as USAID Washington's technical lead on water and sanitation finance. And then I'd also like to welcome Bruce Gordon, who is the unit head of water, sanitation, hygiene, and health at the World Health Organization, where he oversees a global portfolio of water and health-related work, ranging from the development of norms on drinking water and wastewater sanitation to global monitoring of access to wash and burden of disease. And then finally, Helena Dollimore, who is the global lead of sustainability in health and well-being at Unilever, where she leads the company's wash work. Thank you all for joining us. So I want to start with Katerina. Could you kind of set the scene for us about kind of how climate change is impacting water and sanitation?
Thank you so much, and thank you for the invitation to be here today with you. It's a great pleasure, and I hope that we all have the energy to answer your questions, because this conference has been pretty intense. So to set the scene, maybe with you I don't need to set the scene. I will still do it. I don't need to set the scene, because we all have it in the news. We all see it in the news, right? Jackson, Mississippi, floods. The impact of floods on people, right? The fact that the aging water infrastructure in the city simply collapsed. People lost access to water. They couldn't flush the toilets. But then you go to other parts of the world and you see droughts and droughts and droughts. People without access to water, even in places where the lack of water or water was not even a topic of discussion because it was abundant. You turn on the tap and it's there. Now and I see for myself, nobody at dinners and with friends, nobody talked with me about my job. Now they do. And they ask me, oh, this is worrying, isn't it? There is no water, there is no rain. So it's really in the news. And again, the floods in Pakistan last year, in the Horn of Africa, the lack of water, or even the storms. So what we see is the following. The whole world, there is no single country in the world where the human rights to water and sanitation are being fully realized. That's fact number one. Fact number two, with climate change, namely what I'm telling you about now, things are only getting worse. We had that meeting today with the World Bank where figures were being presented for Africa where the numbers are going backwards. The numbers of people without access is growing, and one of the factors is obviously climate change. One last word, one last sentence. Who is being hit the most? The most vulnerable, the most marginalized, the poor people who were already struggling to get access to these basic human rights.
Thank you. Bruce, can you kind of back off of that and talk about kind of the intersection of health and climate change and kind of how that also intersects with WASH?
Yeah. Well, I'd like to piggyback just by also noting that the meeting that Katarina mentioned, because the earlier question we heard addressed to Kate was, is the conference going to make a difference? And you mentioned Malawi and the commitment of Malawi to kind of deal with cholera. So we had a great opportunity to talk with the Minister of Water of cholera. And one of the interesting things is, as Kate was saying, we've got this kind of tension between emergencies and longer-term prevention. And I think that is the opportunity for us to find a sweet spot. In other words, no longer soap, no longer, just these I shouldn't say no longer soap, don't quote me on that, but just this idea of really kind of, we need alternative water sources. But what we really need also is win-win solutions. So things that are less obvious. So Kate oversees a program where we're looking at increasing the use of safe wastewater for agriculture. So what does that give us? That gives us improved food security, that gives us more water, that gives us increased health. So I think there's a lot of things that we need to be doing more of, and that they just make sense anyway. So, but at the end of the day, there is a lot of water and sanitation related ministers and efforts here. And I think that the health sector really needs to kind of interact a little bit more closely so that there's better targeting where there's disease outbreaks. So using some of that health data to actually target interventions, so it's not just we'll get there ultimately in 2030, but we'll get there to the marginalized people in the next months, weeks, months, years. So I think there's a lot of opportunity to do something hard, and that's intersectoral collaboration.
And why has that integration kind of not happened previously? What's standing in the way of that?
I think within any organization, a donor organization or a government, we are necessarily kind of in silos. And even in WHO, Kate mentioned the Global Task Force on Cholera Control, but they have their own group of stakeholders. And the thing they want the most is to harness some of the WASH financing and government commitment to deal with cholera. But they have their community, and the government ministers have another community. So somehow we've got to have the courage, again, kind of a platitude, but to break out of that and to break out of entrenched institutional kind of organizational kind of setups, right? Organograms even.
And Jeffrey, so the U.S. government came out last year with its water strategy, and kind of within that, USAID set specific targets for climate resilience, water, sanitation, and financing. Can you talk a bit about how USAID is thinking about climate resilient finance?
Yeah, absolutely, and just want to echo the thanks. It's really great to be here, exciting to see many colleagues in person and be up here with these friends. So we did come out with our whole of government global water strategy last year, and I'm just reflecting the urgency of the climate crisis. I think for me the true litmus test is if you word search within the strategy. I think climate is referenced well over 100 or 150 times, which speaks to just how critical this is within the U.S. government and within the investments that we're making. So the specific commitments, so we last year at the World Water Forum made USAID's first ever multi-year funding commitment of $1.2 billion over the next 3 years. And this week we were really thrilled to come and announce that of that $1.2 billion, we're dedicating more than half, $700 million, to our 22 high priority countries, again, over the next 3 years. 16 of which are in sub-Saharan Africa and actually represent more than half of the people worldwide who still lack access to drinking water and sanitation. And that also builds on the strong commitments that we came to the COP with, where we pledged to mobilize $1 billion in new public and private capital for climate resilient WASH. So we've talked a lot about our commitments, but to your question, kind of what does this mean in practice? And so we're really taking a proactive approach to make sure that we're creating new project structures and building project pipelines that push that climate integration and push us to really think about making sure that we're looking at things like methane emissions from on-site sanitation and wastewater treatment plants, and looking at attracting carbon credits for sanitation services and desludging services, and being able to leverage additional finance from climate financiers. So, really our sweet spot that we view is we don't really invest as an agency in hard infrastructure. We've kind of taken a hard look over the past decade at our practices and pivoted more towards technical assistance to make sure that we're taking that systems approach. And through that, we're really looking at bundling the finance needs of smaller utilities and wastewater plants to look at how we can aggregate these financing needs and push towards climate-sensitive interventions like solar and transitions that we know are critical, but only with kind of a concerted approach. So just to bring that to life a little bit, in Kenya, our WashFin, our WASH financing program, mobilized over $600,000 for climate change adaptation in 2021 by helping sanitation service providers access capital to develop fecal sludge treatment infrastructure, thereby reducing sanitation-related emissions, enhancing climate-related flood risks, and preventing groundwater contamination and the like. So we're really optimistic about crowding in climate-resilient investments, but it takes a concerted effort from a strategic level and making sure that we're creating the right incentives within our own organization to make sure that our field missions are reporting against these climate targets and designing investments accordingly.
And Helena, what kind of innovations and new business models has Unilever implemented to incorporate climate resilience into your approach?
Well, climate is such a huge threat to all of us, and Unilever, as one of the world's largest consumer goods companies, over 3.5 billion people use our products every day. We already see acutely the impact of climate change and of water scarcity in our operations at every layer of the value chain, really. If we think about our manufacturing sites and our factories, we have a number of sites where already we're seeing the water scarcity getting to such a level that we're having to truck water in, which of course leads to increased costs as a business. In our wider value chain, of course, our crops are affected by droughts, by floods, and that increases the difficulties of obtaining crops. And we also see that for many of our consumers who are living in areas affected by droughts or by flooding, it becomes harder and harder to use our products. A shower gel relies on running water. A soap relies on running water. So we are seeing the effects of the water scarcity and climate change throughout our value chain and at every level. And we've developed a number of innovations to look at how we can address this. One of our most successful models is the Savida water centres in India. And that's an innovative model with HSBC and the local government in India. We've opened 10 of these centres. And what they do is they operate in the urban centres in India where people may not have access to basic hygiene facilities, shower facilities, laundry facilities. And it's a centre where people can come and for an extremely low, very affordable cost, use those facilities in a safe way, and it's a completely closed loop in terms of the water usage. So all of the water is reused, it collects rainwater as well, and it's a very accessible way of improving access to wash while at the same time limiting our environmental footprint. We're also looking at lots of product innovations, and we have a number of products that, for example, the Omo laundry formula, which means you need a lot less water to rinse, sometimes no water to rinse. We have, of course, shampoo bars, which people will have come familiar with, and as we saw in the pandemic, an increasing use of sanitizer where necessary as well. So lots of product innovations. And of course, there's a wider shift as well that we're discussing in terms of the climate emergency and the move to plant-based foods. And we know that plant-based foods also use less water. So thinking about how we can shift consumer behavior towards that as well. But I think if we think about the effects of the climate emergency, and as Katerina has said, we are already so off track on SDG 6. We know that promise that the world made to give everybody access to clean water, hygiene and sanitation by 2030. We know how widely off track we are, and time is running out. And then when you add in the effects of the climate emergency on top of that, we are seriously off track, and everybody's got to up their game, whether it's businesses like us, governments, civil society, everybody's got to step up.
And Katerina, last year at COP27, there was kind of, for the first time, a new link between water and climate. Can you talk a bit about that?
Thank you so much. Happy to talk about that, but then also happy to make the links with what not only Bruce, several of the previous speakers were saying. Yes, I think that the government of Egypt from the outset said water is one of our priorities for whichever reasons, but it is one of our priority area. Well, it's a country that lacks water, Egypt, and we know it. And they dedicated a water day at the conference. For the first time ever, water was mentioned in the COP cover decision. It was mentioned actually in 2 out of 30 adaptation targets for 2030. There was also a water pavilion that brought together so many of the water actors, wash and also non-wash. So there was a lot. Of course, it wasn't perfect because number one, sanitation was still left out of the equation, and there still aren't any ties with climate mitigation, which, as we know, is really crucial. Now, what can we do? We can criticize the climate people for not having done it, or we can say, maybe there is something we can do. And I do think there is a lot that we can do from our side. And going back to what you were saying, Bruce, in terms of the silences exist in organizations like, any organization in the world, but inside ministries also. And what we have seen when talking at our partnership with our partner ministers was that, the water minister doesn't talk with the environment minister. Hence, there is no mutual infiltration of water in national adaptation plans, in nationally determined contributions, and vice versa. When the water minister comes up with a wonderful strategy or plan, they don't take into account, they don't incorporate any thoughts about climate. And this leads me to a word, which is political will. If we had politicians in every country in the world, that were committed to making things happen and to changing things, we would be there. And the other day, I'm very bad at maths. I'm a lawyer, but I managed to make these quick calculations. We have 7 years until 2030, right? And then I was thinking, President Kennedy made a statement in 1962 saying we shall put a man on the moon. What was the language? More or less this, right? We shall put a man on the moon. The men were put on the moon in 1969, 7 years later. So if we manage to put a man on the moon in 7 years, how come we don't manage to make sure that everyone gets access to water and sanitation? And it is. There are lots of factors that are indispensable, but it starts with political will. And my question is, how can we all in this room, what can we do in order to push governments to create this political will that can make miracles. Thank you.
And just to follow up on that, kind of what do you think we should do to create that political will? Like, what strategies do we need to move forward with?
So we have been saying we are a partnership, right? SWA. We bring together over 350 stakeholders, including everyone here on the podium, the organizations they represent. And we have been saying three things for this conference. We need AAA rating for this conference when it comes to water and sanitation. Number one, we need ambition. Number two, we need action. Number three, we need accountability. And I think it's up to the different stakeholders to do it. The media has huge power. I don't need to tell you. You are a powerful woman. No, you have huge power, and writing about it in an accessible manner, not in a technical manner, and I think that we need to abandon our jargon and move in the direction of the people in order to conquer them. I think civil society can move mountains and put pressure at the national level in order to make sure that the topic is elevated. SWA organized yesterday a wonderful event with heads of state and heads of government, because we are convinced that water and sanitation has to be elevated to the highest political level. We had several heads of state, the King of the Netherlands, and countries committing to finalizing a national WASH compact, presidential compact, over the next 6 months. And I said, well, the clock will start ticking this Saturday, because it's once the conference ends. So I think we all, I don't know you all, I don't know what you all do, but I think that try to think about, okay, how can I influence, how can my organization influence heads of state, heads of government, and at the national level, and mobilize things, put a process in motion to reach up and to make sure that the political will, and with political will comes, as Jeff was saying, the money and many other things. How can we make sure that it happens?
And what do you want to see out of COP28?
What I want to see, well, all the things that I said didn't happen in COP27, correct? Of course, more presence of more presence of water, obviously, more dialogues between the two, how do you call, the two sectors, visibility for sanitation, also the ties with mitigation. I think there is still so much, which is good. It keeps us going. Thank you.
Thank you. Bruce, so you talked about the need to have intersectional collaboration and kind of this broader conversation around how there's this rallying call this week around ending the firefighting mode and moving into system strengthening. Can you talk a bit about what that looks like, and are there kind of examples around the world where that has been done well?
Well, I mean, I don't want to, I will use a common example, but in our session we had WASH as a driver for health, and we had the Minister of Water and Sanitation of India there, and I mean, that is just an exemplary example of, a full national scale, massive mobilization of funding and political commitment, and as the minister said, ownership by the people. And that was on sanitation, but also now on drinking water to pipe supplies to every rural household. And we worked with them, and they're able to now, kind of note that there's hundreds of thousands of lives that were saved. So, I mean, I think it is a bit of a frustrating narrative, because this political will that I think we're all talking about and that Katarina keeps mentioning, it's, when you read about it, you're like, well, everything requires political will. But, you could ask me that question and I could talk about technical solutions and climate resilience, sanitation safety plans and water safety plans and local risk assessments. And, we need all those tools. But at the end of the day, I think we're all just kind of taken aback by, there's this massive gap. And that's not necessarily going to be, well, it's not going to be solved with just this idea of we can provide technical solutions. One I think thing that I think we are working with, and I think that is going to help contribute to this, is this nebulous idea of what is climate resilient water and sanitation. I mean, if we were to say, if you were to ask me how many people in the world are served with these types of services, I don't think any of us could answer. So I think we need to work collectively to kind of try to find some definitions, and it's not just infrastructure, it's management, it's policies that are sensitive to this. It's going to take some work, but I think if we're going to try to drive that accountability for climate resilient services, we do need to try to find some metrics to kind of understand if we're making progress. So I think that's quite important. There's one other thing I was going to say, but I can't remember. I'm dry now.
So Jeffrey, I'm wondering if you can kind of bounce off that. So you are financing climate resilient projects, and Bruce said there's kind of a nebulous definition around these. Like, what do you present to your implementing partners? How do they define a climate resilient project?
Yeah, Bruce couldn't have given me a better layup, because we've actually, I mean, it's almost as if you all had been listening in on some of our internal conversations, because we've been asking that exact question as we wrote the strategy and put forth that commitment at the last COP under PREPARE, the President's Emergency Plan on Adaptation and Resilience. We were asking ourselves, what is climate resilient water and sanitation, and what do we mean by that? And so we had a long set of internal discussions, and we are really proud that we released USAID's first ever technical brief on climate resilient water and sanitation services, through which to all of our implementing partners, we're promoting 5 key building blocks that are grounded in systems thinking to mainstream climate resilience across all of our water and sanitation programs. And we're asking that stakeholders draw on these building blocks to design and implement water and sanitation programs. And these include policy and regulation, data and analysis, planning, budgeting and management, finance and behavior. And I think what's notable here is that these really aren't all that different than some of the standard building blocks that we talk about anyway, through SWA and through the sector writ large. But definitively, they have a climate lens over them, and we can't just be identifying climate risk through them. We're asking specifically that our partners look beyond the risks to activity implementation, and to Katarina's point, address the abysmally low inclusion of water and sanitation in NDCs and NAPs. I think from a systems, if we're looking at the building block on planning, budgeting, and management, you can't budget or manage to something that you haven't planned for as part of a NAP or an NDC. And just to kind of give you a sense of how this plays out through some of our programming, just considering data and analysis, our Philippines project has been working across secondary cities in the Philippines, working with water utilities to integrate climate information services into their decision-making processes, and specifically on source water diversification. So tracking surface and groundwater flows with predictive forecasting to help with improved planning to avert some of the crisis headlines that we've all been hearing about over the past several years, like a day zero type scenario in Cape Town. And so the intention there is to really proactively plan to make sure that it's not just the headlines like a day zero when everybody is reacting, because certainly that gets everybody's attention. At dinner parties that Katarina is going to, everyone's like, we're remembering now why this is important, but we want everyone to remember that it's important in the first place. And so really kind of proactively integrating that. But a bigger point that I want to draw on is that we really think that this is such a long-range issue and a generational issue that from a USAID perspective, it has to be more than just projects. We can't only be thinking about this from a projectized standpoint. And that's kind of a trope in the sense that we've always talked about that from a foreign assistance standpoint. But with climate change, it's that much more stark. So this morning, actually, our administrator, Samantha Power, released the new USAID policy framework writ large, which is called Progress, Not Programs. And it's a kind of a simple turn of phrase, but it's an important one, because if we're looking at climate resilience and longer range planning, each design of an individual project, whether it's by USAID as a bilateral donor or any other bilateral donor, needs to be thinking over a 30, 50-year horizon. And it can't be on that 5-year project cycle if we're really going to be making tangible headway in building climate resilient wash. So, those are a couple examples, and encourage everybody to check out our tech brief on climate resilient water and sanitation. We felt it was a necessary addition to make sure that we're kind of walking the walk here with climate resilience, but we're eager to have the conversation with partners to make sure that we can collectively hone in on an approach.
Thank you. And turning to Helena, so Unilever kind of has a variety of WASH partnerships, and within kind of the climate resilience space, how we're going to need to kind of broaden partnerships like this and bring them to scale. What would you say is kind of, what lessons have you learned from these partnerships and bringing these projects to scale?
Yeah, well, we have a very long history of working on hygiene and promoting hygiene. We were founded in the 18th century in Northern England with a vision to make cleanliness commonplace, and that runs through what we do still today. Many of our brands you would find at home in your kitchen or your bathroom. Many of them are wash brands, toilet cleaners, soaps. And we choose to use our power and our scale as a business to change consumer behavior in the right way. So if I take hygiene behavior change, for example, our soap brand Lifebuoy runs hygiene behavior change across the world in schools, in communities, in healthcare settings to encourage hand washing with soap at key occasions. Our toilet brand Domestos also do a lot of work on installing toilet facilities in schools, but also they're not just installing them, but working with the local governments and working with the schools to make sure those facilities are maintained, because we know that installing the facilities is only half of it, and then improving the behavior and ensuring the uptake is the other half of it. So that's a key focus for us. And one of our biggest partnerships in the last couple of years was in response to the pandemic. When the pandemic broke out, we teamed up with the UK government, the FCDO, to launch one of the biggest WASH programs that has ever been seen at a public-private partnership level, the Hygiene and Behaviour Change Coalition. It was a £100 million partnership with £50 million from the UK government and £50 million of a Unilever contribution in terms of soap products and other in-kind contributions. And we were operating in 37 countries with over 21 partners, UN partners, NGO partners, really ramping up access to WASH infrastructure, but also including the behaviour change element as well. Ramping up public information campaigns in countries where governments were not running them in relation to COVID-19 and the spread of the virus. Doing what we could to close those gaps of access that we know exist and were so exacerbated and obvious during the pandemic, the inequalities in access to WASH that existed. So that was a huge partnership. And what we learned from that, I think firstly we learned that if we'd have ever set out to do that in a context that wasn't a pandemic, we would still be sat in workshops trying to design that partnership 3 years later. So sometimes you come together in an emergency and you just make it happen and it works. So that would be the first learning. But secondly, it's that we've got to leverage the expertise of everyone who comes to the table. So we leverage the huge expertise of our hygiene brands in how you change consumers' behavior. There is a huge power in the marketing expertise that many of our marketeers bring. And when they apply that knowledge to the problem of how you get people to wash their hands, it has better results than if you use other methods. It's also true that when you have trusted brands that consumers trust, they are more likely to listen to a message from those brands. But also making sure that you're bringing the relevant expertise of all partners. So the NGO partners and their operations on the ground were absolutely key. The expertise of the UK government and the FCDO in applying the programme on the ground. So that would be the biggest recommendation, but also just making sure that we are scaling up what we are doing in terms of the challenge that we face, because we know the gap is so huge. Everybody's got to step up.
Okay, thank you. And I'm sure the issue of climate and WASH will kind of be woven throughout all of our conversations today, but we've heard about the need for political will, the need to define climate resilience, the need to break down the silos, and kind of the role of the private sector, and some examples of projects globally that are working. So I want to thank you so much to all of our panelists for joining us for this conversation. And now I would like to invite my colleague, Anna Gowell, who will be talking about a partnership in WASH.
Thank you, everyone. I want to go ahead and invite our panelists, Wally and Eric, to come up as well. So I wanted to introduce, we have Eric Stowe, who's the founder and CEO of Splash, which undertakes water projects that serve 600,000 children in schools, shelters, orphanages, and hospitals in 7 countries. Welcome, Eric. And we also have Wally Mulagongo of Fresh Life, who manages Sanergy's contribution to a 5-year USAID-funded program in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Welcome, Wally, as well. So let's go ahead and get started.
Can I
yes.
call an audible?
Yes.
Okay. Can I get everybody to stand up just for a second? Before World Bank and WHO and USAID leave, my 14-year-old daughter last night asked me, what is it going to take for me to get the wash sector to follow our lead? I just did it. Sit back down.
Completely unscripted.
Yes.
Thank you, Eric. For whoever didn't have their coffee and wasn't awake yet, there you go. All right.
Number 1 goal is to be a success in her eyes. So,
I'm sure you are, especially now. So we're here to talk about localization and WASH, and I've been with Devex now for nearly a year, and as you can imagine, I have heard a lot about localization. I've also come to realize that it is a lot easier said than done. You know, in a lot of ways, you're effectively working yourself out of a job, as many people have said, or at least in the short term, transitioning to a bottom-up approach does impact the bottom line. So, Eric, this is essentially what Splash has been doing. It goes in with an exit strategy for its projects. Can you give us some examples of how that is working, how that is a sustainable business model, and any lessons for other NGOs? Is it supposed to be a sustainable business model? Okay.
No.
We'll start there.
Maybe I'll start front end first. So Splash started in 2007. Since that time, we have opened up in 8 countries and we've exited 6. So that's pretty exciting. In 2018, we launched an initiative called Project WISE, Wash in Schools for Everyone. We did that in 2 key cities, Kolkata in India, Addis Ababa in Ethiopia. And we did that strategically. One, a city with high water quantity, really low quality, Kolkata. One, very low quantity, high quality, Addis. And the stated goal, we had 5 key principles. We wanted to do citywide coverage of every public school in both of those cities. 2, we wanted to do that only with local staff, so we have no expats working with or for us there. 3, we only wanted to use local products. That's a lot harder than you might imagine. 4, we needed and required that government would invest at least 30% of the overall financing for these projects. Again, way harder than you might imagine. And 5, that we had a clear exit strategy, that we weren't going to be there in perpetuity, that we would leave a body of knowledge to show cost efficiency, effectiveness, durability, impact, et cetera, so that this was imitable, that you could actually replicate these projects. We have, since the launch of that project in 2018, we have expanded to an additional city in Ethiopia, and in both cities we've seen government come in at about 35% financing, which is really spectacular. In India, we did not see that. We saw the local staff, we saw the local products, we had the plan to do the entire city, and we actually had to back out last year when the government was not coming in with the financing that we required. We came to the table with $12 million and said, you need to put in at least 4 to 5, and we just could not flush that cash out of the system. For myriad reasons, pandemic certainly exacerbated that. But in both cases, we wanted to be able to show that you can do this work at scale, that you can do it cost effectively. And that was what we considered phase 1 of Project WISE. And the pros, I think, are many, but the negative is that it was entirely reliant on Splash. So the reason we're up here today is because we're talking about potential partnerships. And as we envision a phase 2, we are in conversations with potential partners in Kenya to basically replicate the same model. Can you do this across 2 to 3 cities to show that it's appropriate, to show the government what the model might be, to show that it's imitable? But in phase 2, we want the INGO to take a back seat. We want us to help with some of the coordination, but really to be able to find partners on the ground that are like-sized, similarly minded, and honestly are mature enough to be able to do this work. And I only say it that way because a lot of times the partnerships that we're all talking about, there's the prime and there's the sub. And the power dynamics are significant, right? It's oftentimes small groups like ours drafting in the wake of these big primes. And what we wanted here is we wanted to find organizations that were about the same age, about the same budget. Is there a way that we can take all these collective core strengths, do a similar model, every single public school in Kisumu, every single public school in Mombasa, and have Splash play a very minor role in this process. So getting into and out of Kenya in a 5-year span versus into and out of Ethiopia, where it's all my staff, that's a 20-year project. Maybe I'll pause there, but that's the genesis of this conversation, is how can an INGO play a small mitigating role so that in phase 3 of this work, we're not even needed. So in everything that we're trying to do, we want to have an exit strategy and if not even a death knell of what we are as an INGO and what INGOs should be in general.
Interesting. Wally, I know you've worked a lot in sanitation in various municipalities and cities. So how have you seen localization work in practice on the ground in your experience? But what have also some of the barriers you've encountered?
Great, that's a great question. So at Synergy, over the last 10 years, we've achieved immense scale, serving about 150,000 people every single day in Nairobi with the container-based Fresh Life toilets. It's not been an easy journey. And a lot of what we've done is coordination on the ground and local partnerships. By local partnerships, meaning, yes, we are speaking to government, but government doesn't get it. They don't live in the urban informal that we are working in. And you have to find businesses in those in that context which get it, who will be the early adopters, partner with them because they understand the situation on the ground. They do understand the challenges they are going through as businesses and also as users. And for the last 11 years, we have seen that that's the best way to even enter a market, foster social behavior change, because people will likely relate to a challenge that they are both facing rather than somebody coming and pushing it to them. So an example of how the Synergy model works is we make sure that all our employees really come from our own areas of operation. One, because they understand the challenge, they understand what we are trying to solve, they understand the products that we are trying to push for to improve the sanitation situation, and they're able to live it every single day with the people whom we want to be adopting the improved sanitation solutions. Secondly, we have recently been able to scale our operations to 2 other cities in Kenya, so Kisumu and Eldoret. Again, the model was the same. We had to talk to utilities, to government, to be able to understand, as the people who are creating the policies and also regularizing sanitation and improve sanitation as the service provider, to be able to set that enabling environment for that local partnership level discussion to actually work. Because if we went to Kisumu, they don't know Fresh Life toilets. I can't speak to somebody in Kisumu about a Fresh Life toilet because they haven't seen it before. And I need Kiwasko, for example, to be the person saying, we do have a solution for you, other than the sewers that can't reach you, and this is the best solution because we think it's gonna work, right? Similarly to other areas that we have expanded to, we've seen a lot of these local partnerships with local businesses and also improving the supply chain of sanitation products specifically, because it's not just the Fresh Life toilet that the customer needs to use. They need to use water, they need to know where to get soap. And so how do we have that conversation with everybody who is in the water and sanitation hygiene supply chain within the context that we are working in, to work together towards providing a service to this one customer. So that's definitely what I would say is a recommended model to work.
Thank you. Now, and Eric, you had mentioned government contributions. we heard this during this conference, estimates that WASH will need, in order to achieve the SDG, 600 billion to $1 trillion a year. That's quite a figure. And obviously the private sector here will be key as well as donors and governments in this whole of effort. So I'm wondering, we're also hearing so much, and we're going to continue hearing about this, is WASH tends to be under-recognized, both on the political side and on the funding side. How would you approach it to donors or the private sector to show that this is a lucrative marketplace, working with these local organizations?
Lucrative.
Is
no,
viable.
I'm not trying to be. Yeah. I can't imagine trying to make that case. So in our instance, again, it's 30% is what we're asking for. That should be a hell of a lot more. We work in public institutions. This is the government's responsibility, and INGO should never be playing a role in this. Yet we're coming to the table with 65 to 75% of the financing. So our ability to suggest it's lucrative is just not there. These are public schools serving the poorest kids. It's not a private sector market. There's not an opportunity to make money. The way we try to get the government to come in, we have them fund sanitation and water storage, because those are existing line items. We're trying to put our costs at about 10% of what the government currently funds, which means the quality is lower than what we'd like, but it's the best we're going to get, knowing that government's just not going to come in with a new line item. They're not going to amplify it by 50%. So I could never suggest working in a public school or a public hospital is going to be lucrative. Sorry.
No. I like the honesty. I think a lot of other people do in the audience as well. I mean, just to follow up, your goal is to not have the NGO involved. So do you foresee, though, any kind of role in general? Where do you see, in general, INGOs? Ideally, if they're going to this local model, they still would have a purpose?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, there's so few examples. I know Water Advocates, Watershed. A few groups have sunsetted before, but it's not the norm. Maybe what I'd just say, what I'm super excited about with the partnership is that I think Splash does a couple of things really, really well. Sanitation is not one of them. And so what we were excited about in Kenya is that we've got a partner that will blow us away. Their costs are far cheaper. They're way faster. They're far more appropriate than we will be. Then our second partner actually does nutrition. They do midday meal campaigns in schools, and they're looking at national coverage. So this would be a WASH plus MH plus nutrition play. Then the third partner, Shafco, they focus on community engagement. They're kind of like a one drop in Kenya, where they're really looking at this, how do you engage the community at all levels? And they're really, really good at water. So all of a sudden, Splash can focus on a couple of our core strengths and amplify it with our partners. So I'm just terribly excited about it. We've never been able to work with a partner that's this far along, that they're of this age, similarly sized budgets. I mean, most NGOs, less than 1% ever make it to $1 million annual budget. Less than 1%, 5 million. Less than 1% of them, 10 million. And we're all about that same season. We started around the same time. I've just never seen it in the WASH sector where you've got 4 complementary organizations kind of pushing each other forward. So I don't know how it's going to go, but I'm really excited about it.
No, Wally, I won't use the word lucrative. Do you see a role for the private sector, or, on a different note, how do you convince governments and donors that they should be investing their time and money into this?
Well, that's a great question, and certainly something that we've also been thinking about. And just piggybacking on what Eric has said, I think we all need, as private sector, to start speaking with the same voice, because often we are speaking to the same people in government, and I want to go and sell them Fresh Life. Somebody else wants to go and sell them water. Somebody else wants to go and sell them MHM, menstrual health hygiene. And we are all serving the same customer with all these products. And so I feel like it's gonna be a stronger voice if we are partnering together to show government that this can work. And if they're investing in it, if they're the ones picking this up to provide it as a public service, they can actually do all facets of it. And it also becomes easier because as we are speaking to government, we already know that they might have the budgets, but they don't know what to do with them. We are also able to influence that from a collective perspective instead, as opposed to just speaking about Fresh Life toilets only, while the Fresh Life toilet user needs water. The Fresh Life toilet user could also be a girl in school who needs pads, right? And so being able to also capacity build the government to that thinking requires that collective voice, and speaking with one direction, with one goal, is gonna make it a more stronger case than just going single-handedly and working in silos.
So speaking of a collective voice, I mean, we're in day 2 of the UN Water Conference, and it's the first time, as Sarah mentioned, this kind of event in 50 years, a Paris moment, if you will, for WASH, which seems quite ambitious. What are some of your thoughts in terms of what you've been seeing and what you hope to see at the end of this very lengthy action agenda, which do you think it will be long on actual action? Eric, we'll start with you.
I think we are outside of most of the conversations. I feel like we're being updated about conversations that have taken place. And I think the action on the front end and the action after this are the bookends where all the meat is happening, and we're just kind of being shown the sandwich right now. So I don't know what to say. I heard a lot of updates yesterday, today, and probably tomorrow. But organizations our size are either not in attendance, couldn't be in attendance, or we're on the outside just listening. And I don't want to sound jaded.
No.
That's the space we occupy on the periphery, for sure.
Wally, what are some of your thoughts?
Well, I mean, similarly to Eric, but again, I think even people who are having those conversations without private sector, I mean, they need to start the work tomorrow or by Monday, reaching out to people who are actually doing the work on the ground to understand the context better, and then start figuring out how to foster these partnerships is what will get us there. I believe we are all speaking with the same goal, but in different spaces. So how do we start making an effort proactively to pull all ourselves together to have the same conversations?
Well, you're certainly not on the periphery here, and we're very glad that you came and shared your insights. So I want to thank you so much, Eric and Wally, for this conversation. Please thank them from the audience. Thank you. Thanks, Eric. And now I'm going to welcome back my colleague, Sarah, who's for the panel on water in crisis. Thank you.
So now we're going to pivot the conversation to water and sanitation in crisis. Crisis, whether it be natural disasters or conflict, can have grave implications for access to water and sanitation, whether it be damage to infrastructure or inability to access communities because of warring parties and conflict, as well as kind of operating within the climate crisis. So I am now going to welcome some experts to the stage who will talk about kind of the complexities of operating in some of the most difficult situations, as well as some of the strategies for doing this effectively. I'd like to welcome Elizabeth Koch, who serves as Senior Manager of International Programs at the Environmental Law Institute, where she works to support environmental peace-building programs and the Institute's International Waters Program. And then I would like to welcome Stefania Giodini, who leads the team of water advisory and innovation at the Netherlands Red Cross. And joining us virtually is Nicole Hark, who is Mercy Corps' Deputy Country Director for Syria, overseeing program quality and implementation across Syria in humanitarian, early recovery, and peace-building sectors. And then I would also like to welcome Rolando Walush-Sal, who is Water and Sanitation Humanitarian Team Lead at Catholic Relief Services. Thank you so much for joining us. And just as a note, so that our audience online can hear, if you can keep the microphone close when you respond. Thank you. So if we could start with Nicole, so you work on Syria. Can you talk about the recent earthquakes and how they impacted water and sanitation provision?
Sure, thanks for having me. So access to clean water was already sort of a challenge for for Northwest Syria before last month's earthquake. We had about 135,000 people that were already sort of solely relying on Mercy Corps' clean water distribution, but with the earthquake, even those water supplies were damaged. Mud and soil contaminated water supplies. We inspected the water infrastructure that we rely on, and over 20% is unusable and in need of repair. We certainly have been concerned also about wash services and significant needs for emergency latrines, as well as concerns in general over the water provisions, given that there was already a cholera outbreak since last fall, and concerns both in the reporting going down because of the earthquake, as well as, of course, the impact to health facilities and the ability to triangulate cholera cases that were rising as a result.
And what are you doing to kind of prepare for the months forward for serving these populations?
Specific to water post-earthquake, Mercy Corps is going to be working on water supply to newly out-of-shelter families, and also areas where the most vulnerable can access water. So we've seen people move into collective shelters, into camp settings. We're focusing on trying to repair some of those boreholes that were damaged, as I mentioned, and looking at whether we can rehabilitate water stations. We're certainly aiming to increase water distribution levels as part of the broader efforts to combat cholera, looking at including more awareness sessions, hygiene kit distributions, trying to sort of bring back some of those supplies that people may have lost or been damaged as a result of the earthquake. And then, of course, we continue to provide solid waste management in 98 camps where we currently work, and we'll likely expand those services to additional camps and collective shelters based on population movement.
Thank you. And Orlando, so part of your portfolio includes countries that have experienced extreme weather like flooding in Nigeria, drought in Somalia, flooding in South Sudan. Can you talk about how this extreme weather has impacted sanitation systems?
Yes, thank you. Well, sanitation is a tricky one. It's always affected. And to simplify the question, I would say I would divide our target population in two groups: those that have some form of basic or sanitation, and those that doesn't. And the result is always a negative impact. You know, most of latrines or the sanitation systems get destroyed, and what we end up at the end of the day is with more people defecating in the open. So that's the problem.
And Elizabeth, can you talk a bit about water diplomacy? What is it, and what role does it play in crisis situations, and what sort of strategies do you think are most effective?
Absolutely. First of all, I hope everyone had a good World Water Day yesterday. We had a very exciting one in the Women in Water Diplomacy Network. And this morning, I spent a lot of time speaking to young students, and they sucked a lot of my energy and really put me on the spot and shamed our generations for failure. So I come to you thinking that we have to do, of course, a lot better. Water diplomacy is part of that. We don't normally get a chance to also speak about water diplomacy in WASH forums, which is really, really great. One of our big problems is breaking apart these silos where we have water resources over here, crisis management, conflict, humanitarian response, and water diplomacy has an opportunity to cut across that. What we normally think of as backroom discussions between foreign policy, ministries of foreign policy, is a really old model of water diplomacy. Today, we need really interactive, inclusive water diplomacy, and by that I mean bringing actors together from a variety of different perspectives, extremely inclusive, drawing upon the lessons of young people. In the Women in Water Diplomacy Network, of course, we're focused on including women in those discussions because traditionally water diplomacy discussions have been extremely exclusive. They do not reflect the participants or the societies they're meant to be finding solutions for. But today, we're pushing water diplomacy into the front room, involving media, involving faith-based leaders, involving civil society actors, and trying to leverage a real breadth of knowledge. Of course, keeping our formal decision makers and the foreign policy makers with us, hand in hand, but broadening up that dialogue to include a lot more perspectives. It can really be a part of building cooperation. It can help prevent conflicts. It builds resilience. And in a post-conflict or disaster situation, it can help us make sure we're dealing with all issues on the table. And I know, and my colleagues here in the room from the Women in Water Diplomacy Network who participate in these water negotiation processes, sanitation is hardly ever discussed. It's just not on the table. It's not one of the core issues at hand. It's not considered a high politic issue. And when people are more inclusive, they start putting those issues on the table. And I think that that's a really important aspect of this dialogue here today.
And why do you think it has been missing?
Oh, well, because it's not, it's an issue of vulnerable communities, let's say. It doesn't have a lot of power behind it. Some of the issues that the former Special Rapporteur Katarina Albuquerque mentioned earlier about the lack of power amongst the communities and the huge gap in bringing more resources to that. And yeah, well, there's a real breadth of reasons why it's not. Primarily, water diplomacy dialogues have focused on water allocation, quantity. Just recently, we're getting more into like quality issues. And so you can see we have a long way to go to widen the issues that need to be discussed and formulated as part of broad solutions to support our water future for everyone.
And turning to Stefania, so one of the big overarching themes of our conversations is like the system strengthening aspect. And in the crisis setting, one of the ways that plays out is ensuring that a humanitarian response is not a short-term response, but it evolves into a development response and kind of solutions that will serve these communities in the long term. I'm wondering, how can we do this? What do you think are the strategies to do this, and what role does kind of conversations with water and sanitation utilities early on in a crisis look like?
Can you hear me? Yes. Okay, that's a great question. So I work with the Red Cross, and we are famous for firefighting. So we come in emergency situations. So sustainability may not be the first thing that is thought about when you talk about Red Cross, but we do think about sustainability a lot. So the first key to sustainability is ownership. So every type of intervention, even immediately after a disaster, has to be co-designed and co-developed with the communities. Because without the ownership of the community, you are not going to have any sustainability. That's just a no-go. Without ownership, you don't go anywhere. In terms of working with mandated actors, development actors, that's something that is now a growing trend, something that we are trying to advocate it more and more in our responses. Specifically, the water utility is a very interesting one. So water utility have not been until now involved in emergency response, and it's something that is just should really happen. So when we come in emergency response and the water systems are not working anymore, so communities are without water, something that is done in emergency response is normally setting up like water emergency systems, water tracking, distributing bottled water. So these are like kind of life-saving activity that are fine for the first hours, but the involvement of actors that are mandated to actually give sustainable access to water is something that has to happen from the beginning. We do this not only in emergency, but we are actually doing this also in programmatic efforts. We have, for example, a very interesting pilot now in Ghana together with the water utility, in which we use the community engagement and energy promotion capability of the Red Cross together with the utility in Ghana, so to basically connect vulnerable communities, and it's called the Pro-Poor program from the utility, from the limited company in Ghana, basically making sure that not only this community are prioritized and connected, but they also stay connected, that they know how to use the water and how to stay connected to the water. So there is a lot that we can do between humanitarian development, water utility, and this kind of activity needs to be increased. So we are huge advocate of that.
And turning back to Nicole, can you talk about the role that sanctions play in access to water and sanitation services, and kind of how do you provide these services to people living in kind of opposition-controlled areas, and kind of how has Mercy Corps managed kind of these challenges?
Yeah, thanks. And I think, honestly, I agree completely with what Stephanie was saying about sort of the co-design and ownership. And unfortunately, that is one of the challenges that we face in the opposition-controlled areas of Northwest, because while donors were pretty quick after the earthquake to issue updates on sanctions, in reality, the revisions didn't actually provide much further clarity on rehabilitation efforts. And that continues to be a real gray space in these opposition-controlled areas, because in essence, in order to have more sustainable water access interventions, such as water stations or piped water compared to sort of emergency water trucking, you do have to have some entity to hand over to. You do have to have that viable, local utility or local community groups that can do the future operations and maintenance. And although, there have been past examples of NGOs working to create community water user groups or capacitate sort of local councils, in the long term, that has not been particularly viable in the Northwest. And so then you do have the Water Directorate stepping in, which is itself part of a sanctioned group. And so I think we do need, particularly in this instance, donors to reconsider not only what groups are still on the sanctions list, given sort of the passing of time and the shifting landscape of the conflict, but also to be more intentional in our discussions about early recovery and rehabilitation in light of the earthquake damage, but also because we are moving past sort of the early stages of a humanitarian response and really into a protracted crisis, and we need to have more clarity of what are approved activities so that we can have sort of water access and provisions in a more sustainable manner for those communities.
Turning to Rolando, so one of the issues in crises are that there's migration of people from rural areas to urban centers because that's where they can maybe get provision of services. And so you have kind of this crowding of IDP camps in urban areas. I'm wondering if you can talk about what are some of the kind of decentralized solutions in urban areas for WASH. And then kind of, I've done a lot of reporting in Somalia, and one of the issues that I've heard quite over and over is that there's issues when people come to certain parts of an urban area, that land is owned by someone else, and so you can't build this permanent infrastructure that would provide water and sanitation. So can you talk about kind of what are some strategies around this?
Well, decentralized solutions are really interesting, especially in urban areas. And we have seen a lot of examples, especially in sub-Saharan Africa. We recently did a study, it was published last year in December in Nigeria. And we are seeing more and more this informal water private sector, in which simply because the district or the government are not able to provide those services, private people, businessmen, drill their own boreholes in the compounds, and then they sell the water. And then a whole informal market systems of, not only the private borehole owners, but also pushcart sellers or donkey sellers that go with donkeys and sell them. We've seen this in Ethiopia, in Somalia, and Nigeria. And I'm pretty sure there are many other examples. So that's a form of decentralized system which exists, and I think that we need to start working with those. We're talking a lot about the private sector. So that's a private sector, even if informal. The issue of land rights is tricky, because I think I don't know there is one solution, but I think that what we should be doing is working more with authorities or districts or municipalities in order to, for example, find public land in which we could, for example, establish fecal/treatment plants or any other wash facilities that are needed in an urban or peri-urban environment. So I think that could be that's my point.
Thank you. Elizabeth, so you mentioned in your first response kind of this need to ensure more women are integrated into decision making around WASH. How do we do that? What's the strategy for that?
Thanks for that question. There are so many great opportunities because there's so much better we can do in this realm. I'll elevate here the 4 R's of feminist foreign policy, which were the undermining foundations of the Women in Water Diplomacy Network and many other efforts around the world to bring women into the table in conflict mediation and negotiation processes. So that's understanding the reality. What are the reality of the different stakeholders in your community? What are the rights that they have? What are the legal policy directives that guide how people can own land and water tenure and be part of formal decision making? Representation, of course, and I'm not just talking about counting heads around a table, of course. We really want to look at influence, how different stakeholders are influencing dialogues together, make sure that empowerment. I loved the Secretary of State of Finland brought up yesterday in an event that we hosted at the U.N. Water Conference how empowerment is not something that is an individual's responsibility. You got to attack the structural inequalities at play to really enable empowerment across a broad sector of society. So representation, and the last one, which I think it can be only spoken of at great length, which is resources. Women face a lot of barriers to participate in water diplomacy dialogues, international policy events like the UN Water Conference here. I'm talking about money, I'm talking about political barriers, sponsorship, COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh. I'm sure many of you saw the front page of the New York Times on the first day of the COP with the family picture, only 7 women, 117 men. We have a terribly long way to go to make sure these policy dialogues are inclusive. I looked back at some pictures of the first UN Water Conference, and there were a few women in the mix, including a former colleague of mine, Malin Faulkner, from the Stockholm International Water Institute, but very few. I mean, very, very few. We have so much further to go, and in making sure we're taking down those barriers and getting more women to the table.
And Stefania, can you talk about the role of early warning systems in water and sanitation related disasters?
Yes, so early warning system is one of the other big topics in this UN Water Conference. This morning there was the launch of the early warning system for all relaunch at the Water Conference of the initiative. So early warning system, they have, first of all, like the very, very straightforward of getting people out of danger, but there is more than that, actually. Early warning system, the process of setting up an early warning system is the process of cooperation between stakeholders. So disaster management, hydrometeorological institutes, all kind of water also related institution and ministry. So the idea of setting up an early warning system in itself is already a great process to ensure that that cooperation is present locally on the ground, because you cannot get that cooperation while a disaster is happening. So this is actually a very important role of early warning system. The other importance of early warning system, this specifically for the humanitarian intervention, is the ability of unlocking financing before a disaster. This was not happening before.
So there is a lot in terms of early action that you can do before a disaster to alleviate suffering, to prevent some of the impact of water-related disasters, but you cannot do it if financing is not available. In order to do that, early warning system is what is needed for donors to unlock the disaster. So to have some evidence-based, let's say, information so that that financing is unlocked. So that are the two actually main impact of early warning system, beside, of course, when an early warning system is triggering to get as many people as possible out of danger, and not only people, but also their livelihood assets, because nobody wants to go back to a village without having any mean of livelihood.
Can you expand on that? You said kind of evidence-based, an evidence base can unlock finance. What do you mean by that?
Yes. So what happens when you have an early warning system set up is that you need what is called a trigger. So something, basically a big red lamp that says disaster is coming. So you need to know a number of things. What is coming, more or less when it's coming, and what will be the impact. This sounds easy, it is not. So it's like having a crystal. If we were 100 years ago, we would have to have a crystal ball to know that. Well, now we can do something about it because we have satellites, we have data. So many of the climate-related disasters can actually be forecasted. A flood can be forecasted with enough certainty around 1 week before it's happening. For a drought, you can have early signs months before. So you have actually the time to set up early action, pre-agreed early action among those stakeholders that you are going to set around the table years and months before the early warning system is actually ready to activate. In this process, this trigger is going basically to just activate the red light, but not only, also to give out all those information, because with satellite data and also local data, we are able now to forecast where the disaster is happening, but also more or less how many people will be impacted, who will be most impacted, especially if we cross that with vulnerability and the risk data. We cannot do this, of course, alone. You need a lot of data, and you need a lot of organization to have this data ready. So at the moment, there are 3 key organizations that are working on having early warning system that can actually give this kind of information globally. This is the World Meteorological Organization in terms of satellite data and climate and weather data, UNDRR, the UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction in terms of risk data, and the Red Cross for validating and having data at the local level so that the information that is coming can actually be translated in early action at the local level.
And turning to you, Nicole, so one of Mercy Corps' kind of foundations is kind of a focus on resilience building. And in protracted crises like in Syria, how do you build resilience in the WASH sector? And has it worked in Syria? Do you kind of see positive examples of kind of resilience building?
Yeah, it is definitely a challenge, but it is something that we do see some small measure of success. I mean, obviously, when you look at resilience, we're looking sort of across a number of different angles. So there's sort of the immediate humanitarian side in which it's basic service delivery, the provision for people to be able to cope. And that is very similar, I think, for what Mercy Corps is doing in the camps in which we work. But then more broadly, it does get to that question about management of water and communities' ability in order to identify solutions for themselves and then be able to respond and identify resources locally in the event of future shocks. And that is where we've seen some small success. I think there's certainly still more work that can be done. Investment in WASH has been relatively low and limited in recent years, and the needs are only increasing. So it is certainly something that I think, particularly in a region like the Middle East that is already quite drought prone, very scarce water resources, and then of course, when you augment that with the conflict and hyperinflation locally and the economic crisis that we're facing in Syria, there's a lot of sort of competing demands and increased challenges. But I do think that there is the potential for us to not only build on the existing foundations, but be able to make investments that do lead to more sustainability and support communities to be more resilient in the future.
And Rolando, I'd like to get your perspective on kind of that same idea of how do you integrate resilience building into to create long-term solutions in crises?
That's not an easy question. We have several problems, and I will talk from a humanitarian perspective. I think that resilience requires, as one of the previous speakers said, political will from the governments. That's crucial. But also from our organizations, what can we do? Well, most of our organizations are based on funds. So our donors, many of us think that our donors should help and invest more in preparedness. We know what the problems are. We know when the crisis will strike, or natural catastrophes. They are recurrent ones, so we can map them. And we know where the WASH weaknesses in a specific area are. That's enough information for us to build a solid menu of options. And of course, we need to work with the local governments or the municipalities or the communities, but that needs to be in place. So I think it's a mixture of funding, preparedness, political will, and proper mapping exercises, like you were saying, early warning systems. So I think that is the solution. Then longer term, that's different. There we'll need to work with governments. We need to sort of like make new alliances. So that would be my answer.
Okay, great. Well, this is a very complex topic, but you guys did a great job at taking it on. So I appreciate your thoughts on all of this.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now I would like to invite my colleague Colin Lynch, who is a senior global reporter for Devex, who will take on the financing part of this conversation.
There we go. Hello, our next guest is coming to us virtually. She's had a bit of problems with the internet, but we're going to be able to hear her. You may not be able to see her. But is she, I think we do have a connection with her already. So yes, here we have a photograph. So let me introduce, we're going to be speaking with Anita Bhatia. She is the Assistant Secretary General and the Deputy Executive Director for Resources and Management at UN Women. She's also a board member of the Sanitation and Hygiene Fund. And we are going to be talking about investment, and I'll start it off with a conversation, but first just wanted to welcome Anita to our conference. Welcome.
Thank you.
All right, thanks for coming. So let me start off. It's not been a great era for investment over the last couple of years. We've had the pandemic, the ensuing financial crisis. It's stalled and reversed progress on a lot of the SDGs, particularly on water, sanitation, hygiene issues. We're seeing a number of sort of economic crises, even in wealthy donor capitals. In the United States, we're seeing banking crises. We're seeing sort of problems in the tech sector. And all of this, has a big impact on sort of the donor economies. And so, and also indirectly on contributions, investments, and a lot of the issues that you're focusing on. So why don't you give us a sense of the state of play right now, and how you see sort of the investment environment, and whether you are in complete despair over the prospects of meeting the SDGs, or whether you see any areas where you see reason for some limited optimism.
Thank you. Thank you for that question, because I do think, as was being said in the panel that just concluded, that financing is one of the major constraints to getting us on track for the SDGs. Look, if you look at what has happened post-pandemic, the pandemic took an enormous toll on governments because they had to pivot very quickly to meet the demands of their populations with respect to emergency health services. And because this was such an unprecedented crisis, it did have an impact on the fiscal space that governments have to attend to other SDG needs. And so if you look just at the issue that we work on at UN Women day in, day out, which is the state of gender equality and women's empowerment, and I'll use that just as an example, but it's illustrative, the amount of investment in gender equality from public finance has actually been going down. And if you look at donor governments and you look at the latest OECD DAC report, you will see that after some years of increase about 10 years ago, spending on gender equality, whether through multilateral or bilateral channels of aid, is actually plateauing. And so this makes it very, very important for aid money to be used catalytically, including for the WASH sector, because governments no longer have the fiscal space and the GDPs that would allow the kinds of investments that are needed to get SDGs back on track. So for years, we have been talking, actually since Addis Ababa, about financing for development and how golden grant money must be used differently, and it must be used to catalyze and to unlock the money that is sitting in pension funds with institutional investors, with asset managers. So the question really that we must ask ourselves at this point is, how good have we been at doing that? And what are the successful models of using grant money catalytically to unlock private investment? And the answer, I'm afraid, is that the unlocking of private investment has simply not taken place at scale. So yes, you see private companies doing a lot more about particular SDGs, depending upon their corporate focus and their areas of priority. But the large-scale unlocking of investment capital, of institutional investor money, and getting that to flow towards SDG implementation has not happened yet. So I think I would say, I'm not in complete despair, but I do think we need a lot more work to be done on the ground to prepare projects and to prepare environments and enabling environments that actually allow grant money to unlock the private money sitting in the kinds of bodies that I described.
Right. I mean, perhaps we can talk about sort of a concrete example of how this plays out in the real world. And you've had a really interesting example that you've mentioned before, and that is on the issue of menstrual hygiene. And you cited Scotland as the only country in the world that has a policy of providing universal access to products in that area. And give me some sense of whether this is an issue where it's difficult to find investment and financing, and also why is only one country doing this, and what are you working on to sort of change that?
Great question, and I think the answer is, I'd want to separate the issues of, say, menstrual hygiene from others in the WASH sector, because menstrual hygiene actually still carries in many parts of the world social stigma, and there are taboos around this, and it's awkward to talk about this, particularly for male politicians and male ministers. This is not something men are very comfortable talking about. And frankly, women are not very comfortable talking about it either. But when you look at who holds decision-making power in many societies and many economies, it is men. And this is a subject that is covered with stigma and taboo. So the first thing we have to do is to get rid of those taboos and the shame that's associated with this very normal human activity. And that is something UN Women works on, which is to address social norms and to change stereotypes and social norms around many different things that impact gender equality, including menstrual hygiene. So that's one piece of work. But the second piece of work is really about making sure that people understand that there is an investment opportunity in menstrual hygiene, because there are many different parts of that cycle where there are markets waiting to be created, and where investment is needed. Now, of course, there has been investment in basic menstrual hygiene products, but governments are still, in many parts of the world, treating these products as luxury products with differentiated tax regimes, and asking basically women and girls to pay a period tax. So we are lobbying to remove this kind of discrimination and pricing in many markets, and I'm happy to say that many markets, including Kenya, India, and others, but the list is still, have eliminated differential pricing on these products. But the list is small of countries that have done that, and so we still have our work cut out for us in making sure that governments are not discriminating against these kinds of products when they don't discriminate against products that are used by men, for instance. And so I think there is a piece of work to be done there. And then finally, I would say that, when you look at other aspects of menstrual hygiene, which include the impacts that they have on girls and women, whether it is creating safe toilet facilities, whether it is ensuring that products are available not just at a price point that is affordable by most girls and women in developing countries, but also is available at the time that they need it, because very often for rural girls, this is a question of access, because there is no infrastructure and there is no store where they can get it. Last point I would make is that there's a great need for dissemination of what works and lessons to be shared from one country context to another. So in India, for instance, there is technology where sanitary napkins can be made for girls for, a ridiculously low price. That technology has not yet caught on worldwide, and it needs to. So, and I'm sure there are other examples of innovations that we need to take from one part of the world to another. So obviously a very big role for us here as well as a disseminator of knowledge.
Great. I wanted to ask you something about the conference and what sort of hopes and expectations you have to come out of it. I mean, one of the things that strikes me is that most of the representatives, the government representatives, are technical ministers, not heads of state. If you go to the COP, I mean, those are generally draw, quite a number of heads of states reflecting the priority of the meeting. Does that give you a sense that there still isn't the same level of high-level kind of priority attached to these issues? And sort of what concretely are you expecting to come out of this event?
I think, look, first of all, I think it's great that this conference is happening. There hasn't been a U.N. Water Conference for almost 50 years. So it is fantastic that this is taking place. And the fact that most participants are technical, and not head of state level, I would not necessarily attribute to that, a reading that this isn't something that is not front of mind for heads of state. I think water has become such a critical issue, and the wash sector associated with it is now increasingly recognized as an SDG that needs to be solved for its own right, but also because of the implications it has for the implementation of other SDGs. So, I'm not worried about the level of representation of the conference. At the conference, I think I do have high expectations in terms of concrete outcomes that will be agreed, because I think it is long overdue that water and the wash sector get the necessary attention. And frankly, that hasn't happened. But I think, in terms of concrete outcomes, we must get agreements on, common ways to approach the problem. Second, I think it's really important that what comes out of the conference is not just a sense of urgency in needing to deal with these issues, but also implementable action plans that people agree to take forward. And finally, there must be money that backs this, because without financing and without agreements on where this financing is going to come from, we will still be talking about these issues 10 years down the road without having adequately addressed them.
Yeah, a couple of the governments who spoke this week, Malawi and Kenya in particular, well, particularly Malawi, it just sort of has endured a kind of massive tropical cyclone storm, Freddie, in the last couple of weeks. And even before that, they were facing, severe problems in meeting their targets on access to water and sanitation. And this episode is going to cost them $75 million to repair the basic infrastructure. Kenya is talking about the need to double its annual investment in water and sanitation from 600 million to 1.3 billion. I mean, I think that, in the UN Development Report, they talked about the need to step up from 600 billion to $1 trillion a year to kind of meet the targets in the SDG. Are we just not going to meet those? I mean, I guess nobody wants to say that, but are these numbers that are really achievable, or are we really just going to be coming back to this in a few years and basically throwing in the towel and saying we need to sort of set up a whole new series of targets?
I mean, look, there have got to be some very fundamental things that change in the international financial architecture and the way we're approaching financing for the SDGs. Because if those fundamentals don't take place, those fundamental changes don't take place, yes, we will be having these same conversations. So a whole lot of things have to change. There is, an ongoing conversation, as you know, about reform of the international financial architecture, including the need to expand the balance sheet of the major multilateral development banks so that they can actually lend more, take more risks, and get more money into the countries where this is needed. There is a need to look at how SDRs are deployed, change that. There is a need for more financing of the UN development system. And frankly, there is a need for a lot of donor countries to come through with the promises that have been made in the past on some of these issues, and donor countries, because of changes in political leadership, have simply not done that. And so, I do think that depending on just the donor countries to fulfill their pledges on this isn't going to cut it. And that is why I think there is a need for really urgent implementation around the financing for development agenda, because the only way we're going to be able to meet the huge demands and the needs that this sector, but not this sector, but just all SDG implementation represents, is to unlock private capital. And I don't think we have enough success stories of that yet. And therefore, urgent need to work on removing the constraints to that in order to get more financing to these to the SDGs.
Thanks. I think our time is just about up, but I just wanted to ask you one last question. I gather there have been some leadership changes at UN Women, and we had a report in our publication recently that you may be stepping down. And I just was curious if you have any thoughts on what you're going to be doing next that you wanted to share with us, as you kind of move on, if the report that we had was true, which I presume it is. But
it is true. I will be leaving UN Women at the end of April, and it's a closely guarded state secret as to what I'm going to be doing next. No, I'm just kidding. No, look, I am just really excited about this next phase. It will be different from my current phase, what I'm doing now. And I will be in a position to share more about what this exciting new phase looks like later.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Anita, for being with us. And thanks for doing the show. I'm going to pass over the mic to Kate Warren, our fearless leader, and here she is. But thank you all very much.
Thank you. Great. Well, thank you. We're before we break for the network, we want to be able to have a session with our partner, our innovation partner and reception partner today, Reckitt Global Hygiene Institute. So I'd like to welcome to the stage David Wheeler, who is the Director of Strategy and Operations at Reckitt Global Hygiene Institute, and Dominic O'Neill, who is the Executive Director for Sanitation and Hygiene Fund. Hopefully we have David here, and surprised, just a little bit earlier session than we were planning, but I know Dominic's going to have to run to the UN here quickly. So thank you both for being here. Right. So, David, I'll start with you. Reckitt is a maker of many household name brands that maybe if people aren't familiar with Reckitt, they're probably familiar with many of your brands. Lysol being a big one that I think a lot of people stockpiled in the pandemic. But you started this Hygiene Institute just in 2020, so kind of right in the middle of the pandemic. So why did you create this? And what are you looking to do with this institute?
Yeah, thank you. Reckitt put forward a $25 million gift to create a private foundation, to create an independent research agenda focused on hygiene. Hygiene being a field in need of nurturing and investment, and really looking to build a portfolio of evidence that fills the gaps and will inform us how to achieve the ultimately important results from investment in water and sanitation infrastructure that can result in real life-changing health gains for communities. So in creating this gift, it was really quite unique in the sense that they put actual cash behind this private foundation, and in giving us the freedom to really build an independent sort of grant-making infrastructure that wasn't really, it's not brand-driven. It's really driven by, the value created through the research. The advantage of creating something new during the pandemic is everybody is actually quite available and at home. So, it's really was quite enlightening and wonderful in the sense that we got a lot more access to people who are very busy and difficult to talk to because they're often on planes and going to conferences and meetings. They were all very much more available than they had ever been in their lives, I think. So that was really wonderful.
And so you are also organizing a global hygiene summit later this year in Singapore in December. So what are some of the conversations you're looking to have there, and what are you hoping to get out of that summit? And then what are you also looking for out of this week and the conversations you're having in New York to help inform the conversations you have later this year?
Sure. The Global Hygiene Summit occurring in early December of this year, we're working to bring together the practitioners of hygiene, the researchers in the hygiene field, and the related multilateral parties to have a conversation specifically about hygiene, which is something that hasn't happened very often, if ever, occasionally on the side of some larger meetings. But we really think it's very important to connect across the networks of people who are working in hygiene, working with directly with the aid organizations, with the hygiene behavior change researchers and the health economics researchers who are really going to put together a viable investment plan for hygiene behavior change long term. Again, making sure that we take all of these infrastructure investments and get the maximum benefit out of it for the societies and communities they serve.
And so, Dominic, you lead the Sanitation and Hygiene Fund, which is a UN fund that works to really catalyze work around access to sanitation and hygiene. Why is
and menstrual health?
And menstrual health, yes. And Anita had some really great points on that in the previous discussion, and particularly the stigma around it. And so, hygiene is under maybe funded, under discussed topic. Why do you think that is the case, and what do you think needs to happen to change that?
Well, it has been. I've worked in sanitation hygiene for many years. Started off in refugee camps in Tanzania 30 years ago, and saw then, during the middle of a cholera outbreak, that there was a lot of work going into the treatment of cholera patients, very important work, but there was nobody looking at the sanitation and hygiene. That was way back then, and as I've come back into the sector very recently, I've unfortunately seen that there hasn't been enough change. So, and the model we've adopted is, rather than looking at, ODA needs to pay for this, the aid budgets need to pay for this, they do, but exactly as my boss, Anita, described, we need to be smart in how we use our finance. And we need integrated solutions around SDG 6.2, good, safely managed sanitation, adequate, affordable hygiene facilities, and accessible menstrual hygiene practices. But we need to look at how we're going to mobilize a capital to actually make that viable. And that's our business model. So rather than just focusing and advocating that something has to happen, the business model we present allows the investors who wouldn't otherwise look at sanitation or hygiene or menstrual health as an investable proposition. We're shaping it and using a lot of lessons learned actually from off-grid energy, where 15, 20 years ago, there was a few wind-up radios being sold, and now they've been put together at investment-sized tickets that attract the multilateral investors, impact investors, philanthropists, at a level that is making a significant impact. So it is about continuing the advocacy, explaining the importance. Hopefully, if there's anything that came out of the pandemic, it's that we know the importance of good hand hygiene and good sanitation, and we need to be prepared for future incidents like that. It's always been the case. A bar of soap is the best, treatment against this disease. But what we need are the investment propositions that will make everybody comfortable, and they'll know how to invest in and achieve the drastic scale up in sanitation, hygiene, and menstrual health that we need to see.
So another thing that we realized in the pandemic is that we can do big, hard things quickly if we mobilize stakeholders' resources around it. So seeing record manufacturing of vaccines. So why haven't we seen this kind of response to some other diseases that are related to hygiene, TB, cholera, as we've been talking about, recent outbreaks there. So what are your thoughts on maybe how the private sector can play a role in accelerating progress on this? Maybe not quite to the speed we did in COVID, but something akin to that.
Well, I think the key here is that the specificity, duration, and applicability of non-pharmaceutical interventions that sort of reside in the realm of hygiene are not very well understood, and their applicability and specificity for preventing disease transmission is not very well understood, which makes the practice of hygiene, whether it be in a refugee camp or in a community, very, very difficult in sort of responding to the risks at hand, right? RGHI is putting a research program together that is really focused on allowing people to practice hygiene with dignity in a resource-appropriate way for the communities that they live in, which includes MHM. It includes being able to go to the hospital and not developing a hospital-acquired infection. But those big research gaps in hygiene are really holding us back from being able to have compelling answers that allow people to really adopt the habits of hygiene and adopt them in a way that is durable. And the durability of habit adoption is so important because as we look at the economic models of WASH investment, one of the most important things that comes up over and over again is, are people willing to continue to pay for the infrastructure that has been created through the initial investment and maybe facilitated through risk reduction and other things? If they're not willing to adopt that habit permanently, then the economic models become very difficult to sort of keep going because eventually people don't pay for the infrastructure. So when we look at hygiene habit adoption, we're really looking at it as like, there's more than just saying, hey, you adopt these habits because you're trying to be healthier, right? That's not enough motivation for an individual in a community to continue these practices. And so you need to look at the dignity, the human right aspects of it, and the health aspects of it, and be specific about what health benefit that they're achieving. And if you do that, then the economic models of WASH investment can really move forward with confidence in the sense that we're going to drive habit adoption that will then result in people valuing these services in such a way that they continue to invest in them. They develop the expertise to maintain them. They gain everything within their community, till it becomes part of the societal fabric.
And Dominic, I guess we're about halfway through this UN Water Conference. And what have been the conversations you've been a part of so far? What do you hope to see come out of this? And do you think you'll be able to get hygiene more on the agenda after tomorrow?
I really hope we can, yes. Our particular focus, obviously water is a very broad agenda. Our particular focus is achieving the familiarity and the acceptance of the sanitation economy. We've just released a report today where we valued the Nigerian sanitation economy at $8 billion as of today, with the potential to grow to $14 billion. So getting people comfortable with that as an opportunity, and one that where we can engage ministers and key stakeholders, not just about the essential and the human right to water and sanitation, but also the economic opportunity from local SMEs, from jobs being created, and to have a holistic approach, local service providers. And so these are national companies that can be adapted so we can create economic opportunity as well as a much needed human dignity and the human right to sanitation and menstrual health.
Yeah, well, we established earlier that maybe it's not a lucrative business, but do you make the case that it could be?
No, the economic approach, the issue has been that we've been looking at too small investments. So yes, if you look at a single sanitation investment, as if you look at a small off-grid energy investment, it's simply not profitable. But through efficiencies and also achieving scale, and we've done this. I was at the African Development Bank for 3 years, and we were working on these sort of macro models of financing, and it has been applied in different sectors. You can achieve this scale. And what actually sanitation hygiene provides are low, slow, but steady returns, which are counter-cyclical. And actually, pension funds and institutional investors will appreciate that over a 30-year period. It isn't a hidden telecom sector that was suddenly being discovered, but it is a steady investment that gives valuable social human impact. It keeps girls in schools. It has all of that value, as well as the ability to create unskilled and skilled jobs in the economy. So that's how we have to think: long-term, slow returns, and the investment size at a sufficient size that it gets over the hurdle of the investability.
And what are some of these additional hurdles that you see in financing and getting enough people to the table to bring to bear the resources needed to make?
I think it's really in building a solid evidence base, of showing scalable and transferable between communities, so scalable and replicable interventions that will sort of achieve both the disease reduction, the disease burden reduction, and also bring the added human element of being able to practice safe hygiene with dignity in these communities. So I think when you add those two pieces together, if you can articulate that message and be specific about what health elements that you're bringing to the table, then the low, slow return is going to be available to the financing mechanisms and make the infrastructure necessary to practice hygiene something that can be achieved at a large scale.
Are there any examples of countries or places you think are doing this well?
India has an economic sanitation economy worth 94 billion today, and the way they're tackling this is by a flourishing sanitation economy full of local SMEs providing off-grid on different types of sanitation models. They've had fantastic political leadership. They've opened up, they have quite a vibrant financial infrastructure. There's still a long way to go, but there has been a leap made there, and it's been made through encouraging and activating the local private sector. We're not just talking about the big corporates. Local private sector, often with women-led enterprises, as it happens. Toilet Bowl Coalition have been incubating a lot of them, and letting those flourish. The public sector, the governments have to play a role. They have to set the governance framework, whether that's concessions and tariffs, whatever, and to provide the support. But this is the only way we're going to reach SDG 6.2. Especially looking at off-grid solutions which are going to reach those most left behind, and coming up and thinking innovatively and getting different people in the room who have been working on different financial models in different sectors, and bring that experience to the table.
Right, and David, if people want to get involved in the Hygiene Summit later this year, will you be around? How should they?
Yeah. So you can find a link to it at rghi.org. And again, we're really looking forward to getting practitioners, researchers, and policy implementation people together in Singapore.
Right. Well, thank you both. And again, thank you to Reckitt Global Hygiene Institute for being our innovation partner and our reception partner. We will pause for a networking break. We've got some great snacks and drinks around. Then we'll come back here to finish our program, and then we'll wrap up with the reception at about 5 o'clock. So thank you both, and thank you all.
Hello, hello. Hi, everyone. We are ready to start our next panel. If you could please grab yourself a drink, come on back to your tables. We're going to start in just 30 seconds, please. And I'll go ahead and actually invite our panelists up on the stage. Okay. I'm trying. Abby, are you all set? We'll just go ahead and come on up on the stage. Yep. Wherever you would like. All right. Folks, please take a seat. All righty. I know they're comfortable. All right. Oh.
After lunch, we may all.
All right. Please take a seat, everyone. Our next panel, we're about to begin. We're going to be talking about how WASH rights are girls' and women's rights. Last call for coffee. We're going to go ahead and get started. I want to introduce our panelists. Please, folks, if you could take a seat. So today we have Kelly Parsons, CEO of WaterAid America. Woohoo! Who has a cheerleading section. Yay! We also have Naomi Toulé Solanke. She is the founder and executive director of the Community Healthcare Initiative, which has worked in Liberia since 2014. Welcome, Naomi. And now everyone gets a clap. We also have Anita Sonia. She is a Kenyan climate activist and UN WASH Global Youth Champion who founded the Sonia Foundation. Welcome, Anita. And last but not least, we have Abby Maxman, who is President and CEO of Oxfam America. So thank you, everyone, for joining us. And let's go ahead and get started. So the panel, WASH rights are women and girls' rights. It seems very obvious, but is not always. And I think it's interesting kind of breaking down these two interrelated challenges. You've got WASH that tends to fly under the radar, and then unfortunately you have the rights of women and girls, which also tends to fly under the radar. So you've got this double whammy of a challenge. And as we know, unfortunately, WASH tends to disproportionately impact women and girls. There's the danger aspect of women who go fetching water or using toilets outside. Menstruating can mean the difference between going to school and not going to school. So, let's talk about some of these very distinct challenges. I'd just like to get your take on how your particular organization is tackling them, some real life examples, and what have been some of the main barriers that you've encountered. Kelly, we'll go ahead and start with you.
Sure. Yep, sounds like I'm on. Yeah, okay. First, just super brief overview of WaterAid. We work in about 25 countries around the world, and we work hand in hand with communities to install water sanitation systems that are locally owned, repaired, and operated and maintained. In simple, our model is to build some, to strengthen systems as we go along, and to overinvest in influencing in order to scale the rest of that success. The way in which we approach water and gender and the integration of WASH and gender is just recognition of the fact that in developing countries, women and girls are responsible for the vast majority of collection and carrying of water in 80% of households. It accounts for 15 hours a week of their time on average. I translated that into a percentage of working hours, and it's about 15, or waking hours, it's 15%. And so I spent a minute this morning just thinking about what would I do if I got 15% more time in my everyday back. And I would encourage you all to think about that, but that's a size of the problem as we think about that. And every day globally, women and girls spend 200 million hours collecting water. So that's a massive hit on GDP and growth, and it's a massive hit to the potential of girls and women all over the world. So what do we do about that? We make sure that our programming, wherever possible, integrates the particular needs of girls and women. We make sure their voices are key in helping to design and develop our programming, that they're at the table and leading often in the maintenance and operations and the ongoing system strengthening. So where possible, we'll build a women's water collective that's leading in terms of that community management of the system. And then we're advocating constantly and linking the issues of WASH and women and girls around the world.
Great, thank you. Naomi, can you talk a bit about your work in Liberia? You've been there quite a while.
Thank you. Again, I work in Liberia, but I also serve on the Sanitation and Hygiene Fund Board. So how we work, we are intentional about the way we work, especially with girls and women, because fortunately for us, when we work with women and girls, the issues that affect them around menstrual health, it resonates with us because we have been through that. So one of the things that we have been able to do is that we have been able to work with women first to work on the taboo, the misconception about menstrual health, and also ensuring that we are putting women in small cooperative groups. We realize that when women come together, they will learn and unlearn collectively. And what's important about the small cooperative groups that the women work in, they produce reusable sanitary pads for sale. But it's not just only the selling, the economic part of that whole process, is that the women in those various communities serve as a means of information dissemination to girls who are then seeing the period, and they are helping to get rid of the taboo, the conversation, and we see that more people are having conversation around menstrual health. So we are intentional that when the women are empowered and they sell the menstrual product, the reusable part, which is also eco-friendly, it come back where the girls can now get to them and they have conversation around menstrual health and hygiene. I think this is something that we are proud of, and this is some of the ideas we carry to the SHF board, that the SHF is passionate about ensuring that in as much that we are talking about hygiene and washing sanitation, that menstrual health is prioritized.
And such a great example of how this is such a cross-cutting issue with health, not only that, but climate change, and looking at recycling. Thank you. And Anita, you obviously must work with a lot of young people. You've started your own foundation. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Okay, so I have been a climate activist and a climate advocate for quite some time in Kenya. And during the general election, where I also ran for office on a Green Party, which is not normal. In Africa, Green parties don't win elections as that now. But then it's during that time that I got to understand the nexus between climate, water, and other social issues. And that is when I decided to start a foundation aside from the organization that runs environmental activities. And when I also got my new role as a global youth champion for SWA, it really gave me an opportunity to connect with communities and understand different challenges. And most of the challenges that are being talked about in these rooms are the things that we see firsthand in our own community. I come from the Maasai community in Kenya, where culture is still a very strong thing. It's the same community where they find it difficult to elect women, or maybe we have these kind of some roles don't belong to women, and women's work is to fetch water, stay at home, make sure the families are okay, and all that. And you realize that even girls are missing school because of lack of menstrual products. And does not only end at that, they may get the menstrual products where people donate and all that, but without the water, then there's no hygiene, and without hygiene, then health issues. So just looking at how everything is interrelated. And currently, one of the toughest thing to handle, even when on ground, is listening to stories of women and girls where girls have to have sex for pads, and then their mothers on the other side are having sex for water, and they come back in the evening home, and then you realize it's a broken family where they're not okay, they're not feeling okay doing it, but then sextortion is a thing. So it's really a very challenging thing. But to look at, for me, what really it means to empower women and girls through water and sanitation is first removing the barriers that women and girls have.
Thank you. And that's such a powerful personal story that really brings to light a lot of the talk that we have had over these last few days. Abby, I think too, Anita mentioned a lot of how this intersects with so many other issues. Can you talk just in general about Oxfam's work with women and girls in WASH, and also just how that is such a cross-cutting sector?
Yeah, absolutely. This notion of WASH rights or women's and girls' rights are really central to Oxfam's work. We work in 90 countries around the world, and we take an intersectional approach, looking at climate justice, gender justice, economic justice, and rights and dignity in crisis. And we know what's happening around the world right now. If you just take the Horn of Africa, where drought, we're going into potentially the 6th year of consecutive drought, and the hungriest people in the world, in the region, are the thirstiest people in the region. And we know that all of these issues intersect. So we work on system strengthening. We work with communities in the hardest to reach places, but we also work with displaced populations, because many, if we just look in the Horn of Africa right now, have been displaced. They're losing their ancestral livelihoods because the consecutive years of drought, which is a byproduct of a climate crisis that they did nothing to cause, are forcing them to finally abandon their lives and livelihoods as they've long known them. And when I was in Somalia a couple months ago, met a woman named Sophia, a mother of 8, who had actually withstood 4 years of drought, and finally had to abandon her livelihood and move to the Durdur refugee camp. And so we end up obviously helping her where she is, providing water for women and families in the camps. But when she fled, she told me that what forced her to finally flee was her livestock, her remaining 4 livestock. She had lost 90%. And her children had become so weak that hyenas were circling them at night. Hyenas. This is an injustice that none of us should see in the 21st century. And so for us, it's a rights issue, and it's a gender issue, and it's a justice issue.
Now, to follow up on that note, are you seeing, I mean, we obviously have this conference now, are you seeing improvement in terms of coordination among agencies, among INGOs, recognizing that it's less siloed, at least in terms of climate change, in terms of health, in terms of WASH? Have you seen some positive movements on that front, or still a lot to be desired?
Well, there's mechanisms and systems in place. We know things like the WASH cluster, if we look in the humanitarian sector. And I will give you another example. I was in Ethiopia recently, in Gambela, in western Ethiopia, where there's a large South Sudanese refugee population. And the coordination mechanisms have been there, but with I want to intersect this conversation around financing, because the expectations they had tried to consolidate and not have we like to ensure we're supporting and working with local partners, but the pressures on financing meant UNHCR had one organization only take over all water management with 40% cuts to funding and manage all the water systems across all the camps. And so this actually displaced local partners. It's actually, we work with communities and refugee communities there who have said very clearly that they know their good WASH protocol, but no longer were there resources for soap, and so they had to start using ash again. And hygiene and sanitation products were missing. And so the pressures on the financing, I think, are having an adverse effect on coordination and the approaches that we actually support in terms of local humanitarian leadership, having women's rights organizations and local-led organizations at the forefront of the action. but the financing pressures are forcing kind of negative incentives of how the systems and coordinations are working.
So stay actually on that point in terms of financing, you know, we've talked, our previous panel was on investment in WASH, and you know, we've heard some of the figures of what's needed on an annual basis, and it's a huge, huge figure. Where do you, Kelly, what do you see as the role of the private sector? Because WASH is generally not seen as much of a much interest with the private sector.
I think the role of the private sector is going to be huge. And I think Abby mentioned it was a finance issue, it's a cross-sectoral health education issue, but it's also an economic issue. And I think one of the things that the burden is on us to make the case for private sector investment in WASH. We have a fantastic 5-year program that we did with USAID, GAP, and WaterAid India, where we worked along GAP's value chain and supported women-led community development and WASH-centric community-led development that changed hundreds and thousands of lives. And GAP is very proud of that program. They're now trying to scale up a second version of that program. But it's just an example of where it brought a return on investment to the company to do the right thing. I think we have some data from a recent study that we did, boosting the business case for WASH, that showed in some places as much as a 30% increase in productivity when corporates bring WASH programming into their value chain and into their workers' lives. And especially when you start looking at the impact of women and girls on that, it's just going to have an enormous. So I think the burden's on us, but the private sector's there, and I think their role is going to be huge moving forward.
Naomi, could you also talk about the private sector, but not just corporates, but local businesses as well that you've encountered in your work?
I think that we cannot expect global sustainability without ensuring sustainable development for all. Investment in a sanitation economy can in fact deliver the returns not only for economic livelihood, but also invest into community coming together in a way that is unique. When you talk about people living in refugee camps, investing in the sanitation economy, imagine using the local approach, the local people who are the ones going to be producing those sanitary materials that is locally procured. You are investing within their own community. So I think most often whenever we hear about the sanitation economy, especially for us at the local level, we are usually giving things. But if you look within our surrounding, what we are accustomed to using, it can also be invested in, and you see that the resources remain in the community, and the community can grow. So I think it's about time that we start to invest locally and using the local material and investing where we see that there's a need. I think the need for sanitation is global, but you will know that in the global south and in countries that have crisis, it's actually needed. Yeah.
So on that train of thought, in terms of local as well, we also have to deal with local cultural and societal barriers. There's taboos, as you know, of course, on sanitation, on hygiene, on menstruation specifically. What do you think, Anita, what do you think are some of the best ways that we can confront these cultural taboos?
Okay, so first of all, I think there's need to be education in the rural areas. Personally, in my foundation, that is what we do, apart from just helping the girls with menstrual products. Apart from, recently we adopted a school where we buy them, we do monthly supply of water so that they can be able to cook and have food in school and all that. But then we realized that if we don't educate the parents to understand why they also need to have their girls go to school like the boys, then it becomes nothing, because we can just have the talking from the school level when the parents have to release them to go to school. So another example is we have one lady who's part of our project who a few years ago had a chance to travel to India to learn about water engineering from the community. And when she came back to the community, she was able to train trainers of trainers, about 47 of them, and then the 47 of them have more women behind them. And you realize that the thing was on water shortage. And you know that we've had the worst drought in 40 years right now, and they needed to put food on the table because they still are the providers for the family. And so she taught the community about the kitchen gardens, and so we helped to support her to see that she can be able to reach more trainers of trainers in different villages, so that women can be able to produce food with little water that they have, and this reduces also the risk that maybe they are going to stay hungry and all that. And I also think we also have in the discussion on gender, women and girls, we don't leave out any other gender outside, because we believe we've seen this becoming a gender war, especially where I work, where when you talk about women empowerment and girls empowerment, it becomes war of gender A versus gender B. But then we are trying to make it like all genders united for a common goal, which I think is very important.
Thank you. Abby, what are some of your thoughts as well on these cultural barriers and tackling them?
Well, just picking up on Anita's comment, we know we have decades of data of what works. And we also know on empowering women and girls, making sure men and boys are involved as well, obviously. But also we know when WASH works for women, families, communities are healthier and wealthier. It's so simple. And we need to actually, I think at a global level, really redouble or be more creative about how we look at investing and seeing it as an investment, and especially as we look at these intersecting issues of the climate crisis, economic and gender injustice that we see happening. And we can reverse it, but there's the negative spiral of it becomes more costly in human lives and livelihoods lost, and then we're in a vicious cycle, and we have to reverse that trend. And working with approaches that work with local organizations, women-led women's rights organizations, and make sure that's where we're investing. We know who is at the front lines, who knows best. We know who's there at times of crisis and who's there to nurture their families. And that's where the investment needs to be.
And we've also touched on all day climate change and its impact in general on WASH. How has climate change affected your work within WASH and women and girls over the years? Kelly?
It's making all of it harder, and I think women and girls are likely to be living on the front line of climate change. They're experiencing the cycles of drought and flooding more immediately than communities are, but they are at the front line of their families also, and so they see and live and have to manage day to day the family health crises that emerge, or the loss of livestock livelihoods that emerge as a result of this. I think the challenge for the sector really is, how do we integrate climate change and gender into WASH programming, and then change that sentence around. How do we integrate WASH programming into climate and gender development efforts? Because all these silos just aren't working.
Naomi, have you had to adapt your own programming and your own work over the years? How has that impacted you?
So over the years, what have happened to us? We are experiencing flooding. So while other people are experiencing, other countries are experiencing droughts, we are experiencing heavy rainfall. And then for the girls and women that are using the reusable pad, it don't get dry on time. And then they are stuck. Yeah. So what we have been able to do is that it's also it's also costly for them. They use we locally do that the fire hot, where you do like the heating. So there where they hang declining. So then we have to work with communities and family around the issue of privacy, because some community, you cannot just talk about menstrual health, open it. And then you're talking about the women using the product after they have used the pad, the reusable pad, they need to hang it in the space that everybody's using, maybe for cooking or warming, to allow it to dry. So we are seeing that climate change in a way have affected some of the way that we work. But the silver lining to that part is that the girls and women always have access to sanitary pads than the disposable ones. The disposable pads are good, but after single use, that's it. They are staying away from school because they don't have pad. But with the reusable pad, they stay in school. It provides economic livelihood for the community. Women and girls have safe space where they can have the conversation around water, sanitation, and hygiene. So that's the silver lining. Yeah.
Anita, what are some of the things you've seen?
Yeah. Personally, I can say the biggest effects that we've had is drought, and it has had us having to choose, because you have to choose whether to buy food or take that child to school, because you no longer have enough food like you used to before, and it has really made it very difficult. Last week, I visited one of the families that we support, and it was very devastating, because the previous time we visited, about a year ago, they had about 200 cows, and when we got there were no cows at all. But then you could see the skeletons of the cows just out there. You could see the family very hopeless. The children could not even talk. Everybody was crying because they really don't know, where do we start? Which one do we handle first? So it's I can say, for me, climate change has really affected not only my community, not only my work, but the people who are very close to us. When we are talking about access to education, they don't want to listen to that, because how do I go to school on an empty stomach? And for example, I said before about the school we adopted. We went to the school initially because we were going to adopt the girls and their parents to give them monthly supply of menstrual products. Reason we adopted the parents as well is because we realized you give the girls, but they still miss school because they have to share the little that you gave them with their parents. And when we got there, that was not the main challenge. They had food in the store, but they couldn't cook because they do not have the water. So you then realize that there are so many challenges, but all brought about by water shortage. And it's really devastating to see. Yeah.
Abby, we're hearing so many of these powerful stories this week, and there's supposed to be the water action agenda. There's a lot on the agenda. Whether it's actionable it remains to be seen. Do you think that women and girls are being incorporated into this discussion this week and the agenda? And what are some of your hopes and concerns of what comes of this?
Well, I think it's up to us to make sure and hold everybody, ourselves and those who are here this week, and not just this week, over time, accountable, that the needs and the rights of women and girls are taken into account. We have to make sure that the gendered needs are considered in all the work we do, and actually lift up at the big macro meta policy level, so that, I mean, the story you just told, it is not just heartbreaking, it's immoral what is happening. We need to bring our outrage to places of power where we're sitting right now, and make the situation be heard. But look, when we say, oh, there's not money, there's plenty of money. We have billionaires self-financing their own projects to send themselves into space. There is plenty of money. What we have is extreme inequality and systems that are not working for the majority of people. And so we have to look at the big issues of climate financing, loss and damage, those who are least responsible, like the family you visited last week, who are losing their livelihoods, when we know we have to debunk the myth that there's no resources. It's a question of political will and community action, and we can really, I think, shift the narrative and hold ourselves accountable to create a new system where we are investing in the lives and livelihoods in a more human economy.
Anita, what do you hope the message and the action happens after this conference wraps up?
I will say that I hope that everybody becomes willing to be held accountable. I hope that they don't find being held accountable as something like pressure or something negative, because that is what we need. At SWA, we push for action, ambition, action, but then we say without accountability, then we may not have the action. Yeah.
We've certainly heard that word a lot today. Likewise, Naomi and Kelly, what are some of that you hope are takeaways from this conference?
I think we need to move from voice to action. We have all heard the story. We can read it. Social media have connected the world in the way that you can sit and just Google where is drought happening right now, what is flood happening right now, and you can see we need to move from voice to action. It's time that we walk the talk. Yeah.
And Kelly, some final thoughts?
I think I want to create a T-shirt that says "Wash Girl Boss," because there's a lot of Wash Girl Bosses at this conference, and I've loved seeing that from all around the world. And the level of dialogue going on is elevated and is what we need. And so we ourselves as a sector need to set the right tone and set the right pace. And I'll just mention, I had the privilege of joining Vice President Harris when she launched the Presidential Water Action Plan, trying to get those words right. And in the room was a vice president, a woman of color, and a woman, our first. A head of DOD, female. Head of USAID, female. Head of Millennium Challenge Corporation, female. Head of NOAA, female. It was awesome, and I have a great picture from that, and one of my favorite things about that picture is just looking at that lineup and thinking, wow, this administration is pushing the boundaries and opening up ways for us to continue to push the boundaries through our own NGOs and through our own work and efforts. But we have a long way to go, but I think there's hope, and there's certainly a lot of girl bosses around this conference.
I think wholeheartedly agree. Thank you, ladies. Thank you so much. I'm now going to bring up to the stage my colleague, Colin.
Hello. We're going to continue this talking about the World Food Program. So let me. Hey. Thank you. I'll get you. Sorry. Oh, you sure? Hi, how are you? Okay. Our next guest is Michael Dunford. He is the Regional Director of the World Food Program's East Africa Bureau. He oversees a staff of over 6,000 people. And to give you a sense of what a behemoth the World Food Program is in East Africa, he oversees a budget of $6.9 billion. So I guess that also involves a lot of the aircraft and stuff you guys do with all the logistics, which is very expensive. Any event, we're going to talk about East Africa, but I'm going to start the conversation with a question about Ukraine and the war in Ukraine. A lot of us have followed that the UN, sort of one of its biggest achievements in the war was negotiating the Black Sea grain deal, which allowed the export of grains out of Ukraine, the breadbasket of the world, particularly for many countries in the Middle East, Africa, and elsewhere. And that initially has gone quite well. There's another piece to the deal, which involves helping the Russians export and get around sanctions for the export of fertilizer. They have never reached a deal on that, and so that is like an open question, and there's some concern that over time that they might jeopardize this essential program. So I want to get a sense of, in East Africa, which is ground zero for a lot of the issues that we're focusing on, drought, climate, is that still, is it impacting? Is it sort of adding to sort of the struggles that you already see in the region?
Thanks very much, and thanks very much for the invitation. The Black Sea Initiative we consider to be a good deal. Already since that deal was signed, 25 million metric tons of wheat has been exported from Ukraine. WFP itself has imported over 500,000 metric tons. So when it comes to just the availability and access to grains, very positive. The recent renewal of the deal, very positive, and we saw that reflected in the markets. We saw a decrease in the commodity prices as soon as that deal was signed. And that primarily, in addition to the availability of stock and commodity, is a key success. It is normalizing, to an extent, world commodity markets. And we had seen, when there was doubt as to whether or not that deal would succeed, an increase. And that increase has been in place ever since 2021. There are 4 key drivers when it relates to food insecurity in the region at the moment. It's conflict, it's climate, it's the effects of COVID, and it's this dramatic increase in costs. So the fact that the deal has been extended, very positive. You rightly talk about the lack of fertilizer that is being mobilized. And this does cause real concerns for us in Africa, because so much, as you indicated, is being sourced from Russia and Belarus, the 2 countries affected by the sanctions. We are concerned that if that fertilizer is not available, the yields this year will be reduced. That in turn will increase the cost of commodity, and that in turn will drive food insecurity. To give you a sense, in the US or the UK where you're from, Australia where I'm from, typically a household spends about 10% of their income to meet their monthly food needs. In the Horn of Africa, that figure is anywhere between 40, 50, up to 60%. So any increases in costs really has a dramatic impact in the ability of parents to put food on the table.
Right. And yet, even with, if you take Russia and fertilizer off the table, that region is still facing massive problems with food security, drought. Somalia, expectation of a declaration of famine. Can you talk a bit more about some of those drivers and why there's so much pressure on that region? Is it largely being driven by climate? You also have the other issues of not only conflict in Ukraine, but conflict, until recently in Ethiopia, in South Sudan, in Somalia, ongoing conflict. So if you could talk about sort of the interplay of all these different forces and why it makes it so difficult.
Well, it makes it difficult on lots of different levels. And as you say, it's conflict and climate which are the primary drivers, and then that hangover from COVID as well, where economies were smashed, sectors written off, and only now starting to get back on their feet. Climate, let's start with climate. We are facing the worst drought in over 60 years in the Horn at the moment, affecting upwards of 23 million people. Huge numbers. And yes, we are facing the risk of a famine in Somalia. We probably are facing the risk of a famine equally in Ethiopia, just because of the scale. We have to date been able to keep it at bay, and that's a very positive thing. But the key is that we're going into 23, we're well now into it, the worst is not behind us. In fact, I fear that the worst is still ahead of us, because it will be difficult to sustain the level of support and funding that has covered the costs of this massive scale-up. We actually have some very interesting data, some analysis the World Food Programme has recently concluded. It's looking at the 3 droughts in Somalia over the course of the last 10 to 12 years. In 2011, we were in famine after just 2 failed rainy seasons. 260,000 people died as a result of that famine. Fast forward to 21, now to 23, 5 failed rainy seasons. We're coming into the 6th, which is likely also to underperform. We're not yet at famine. So it's allowed us to go back and look at what has changed over the course of that decade. First and foremost, we've learnt the lessons. There are early warning systems in place. We've invested in resilience. The government has invested in social protection systems. The World Food Programme has pivoted from an in-kind to a cash-based response. Most importantly, we were able to upscale our operations enormously from about 1.5 to 4.5 million people over the course of 6 months, primarily funded by the US government. And you'll recall, Colin, that last year there was the Ukrainian supplemental, huge amounts of additional funding made available. The big fear that we at the World Food Programme have, and it's a fear shared by many, is that we will not have those same levels of funding to be able to maintain the level of response.
Well, I know your time is tight, but I just have one last question. You talk about the issue of famine, and it's always seen as sort of a trigger of, when you reach the level of declaring famine, that's when the problem, catches the imagination of the world. But the question is, people are already dying of hunger, no? And so why is it difficult mobilizing international support for responding before you've pulled that trigger?
Well, fortunately, this time round, we have managed to get the levels of funding needed to scale up to the extent required thus far. And avoiding a famine is a sign of success.
Right.
But success today will not be success tomorrow if we allow the situation to deteriorate. So it is going to require sustained levels of funding and sustained mobilization, not only by the World Food Programme, but by the UN, by the NGO sector, and all concerned in trying to keep that famine at bay.
Great. Well, thank you. I could go on for a while, but I know Michael has another meeting immediately after this, so I will relieve you of your duties.
Thanks very much, Colin.
Thanks very much
so
for being here. Thank you. Good to see you. And now I'd like to reintroduce my colleague, Sarah Jerving, who will follow up with another great project. Here you go. Thanks.
Okay, just to kind of extend the conversation we just had, we're going to have a broader conversation on food systems and WASH. So as we all know, water is the lifeblood of agriculture, and sanitation and hygiene is so crucial to ensure that the food that populations eat is safe. So we're going to have a panel of experts that will discuss kind of the best practices and challenges ensuring sustainable water and sustainable sanitation services. So I'd like to welcome to the stage Erin Sunsmo, who is Associate Vice President of Agriculture, Resilience, and Water at Winrock International. And then I'd also like to welcome Ahmed Shuka, who is Program Manager for Livelihood and Environmental Actions for Development at Mercy Corps. If Dr. Inga Jacobs-Mata could please come to the stage. She is the Regional Representative for Southern Africa at the International Water Management Institute. Welcome. And finally, Aparna Srivastava, who is Deputy Chief Climate Officer at the United States International Development Finance Corporation. Okay, so she'll be joining us. Thank you all for joining us for this conversation. So Dr. Inga, I'd like to start with you, please. Southern Africa is one of the regions of the world that's experiencing drying and extreme weather as climate change progresses. Can you talk a bit about how this is impacting food systems?
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much, and thank you for having me here. It's great to be in New York. Eastern Southern Africa, I think the previous speaker also put it well. It's a climate hotspot. Growing severity of floods and droughts, increasing frequency of floods and droughts. But the way I like to put it, it's also a research for development hotspot. So you have lots of research, development organizations, local partners, research organizations that have been there for, decades doing really good work. So there's no sort of shortage of innovation. It's just about how we are scaling this in a coordinated and an inclusive manner.
But what we see is these climate impacts. We feel the impact, of course, in livelihoods, on farms, but right through value chains to businesses, especially agri-businesses. And so really helping, how do we support small businesses like agri-businesses to really become resilient is quite key. So we see, multiple impacts from the farm to the fork.
And Erin, your work at Winrock involves working with smallholder farmers and communities. Can you explain to us what Winrock is, and what are some of the more effective strategies you've discovered in your work to ensure adequate water for food production?
Sure. Thanks so much, Sarah. And it's a pleasure to be up here with Dr. Inga, continuing also the conversation with Michael, thinking about East and Southern Africa forefront as well, and commenting. I've just relocated back to the U.S. after 4 years in Zimbabwe, and trying to build resilience and sustainable access to water for agricultural communities in dryland areas. Seeing the impacts of the drought on those communities affects every aspect of life, from, of course, the agricultural production, livestock, even energy production in the country with so much hydropower driven by water, the tasks of household duties that now take so much longer to fetch water for cooking, for cleaning. It really dominates life in rural areas, and such we need systemic solutions. And so one of the ways that we've tried to tackle this is really taking a systemic bottom-up approach to sustainable access to agricultural, to water needs, which is consulting with communities initially, understanding the different water usages, and not just of the farmer, understanding our women and girls, understanding the different uses from livestock to household use to energy and commercial consumption. We need holistic solutions. And so working with water user associations, working with municipal governments to put policies in place that identify and address the needs of those diverse populations. And of course, as we know, having policies isn't enough. How do we enforce, implement? How do we monitor whether those are happening and those user fees that are generated? And so a lot of the work at Winrock that is done in this space is strengthening those water resource management structures. At the same time, we have to be more efficient with what we're using the water for. So as we're choosing the crops that we're growing in Zimbabwe, one of the things we're working on is demazing in dry land areas because the water wasn't there to be able to sustainably have a harvest of maize year in and year out. And so moving towards sorghum and maize as an example, but that requires systemic changes throughout the value chain as well. And so how do we take those different approaches, increasing our efficiency of our water technology and storage, as well as incorporating the other needs and usages. So it really takes that systemic response for that.
Okay, thank you. And welcome, Aparna. So Ahmed, if you could turn to kind of this conversation around ecological solutions. I know at the UN this week, that's a big part of the conversation, is restoring and maintaining kind of the natural systems that serve us all.
Yes, for sure. I mean, the ecological integrity of our water resources is essential to protect the human health and to maintain biodiversity. Unfortunately, there are many factors that are threatening the integrity of our water resources, including climate change, pollution, overuse and depletion, and habitat destruction. So to be honest, what we need to do is we need to focus on neutralizing these risks or these threats. That's the first thing that we should do, Sarah. And this can be done by, first of all, showing more commitment in our fight against the climate change. We need to work more on climate change adaptation and climate change mitigation. And we need to make our communities more climate resilient. That's the first thing. We need also to protect our water sources. This is very important, to protect our water sources and to reduce pollution. This also can be done by implementing best management practices in industry and agriculture. So we can reduce the use of chemicals and the overuse of fertilizers. Three, we need also to promote sustainable water use, starting from water conservation to wastewater reuse. Of course, we can do nothing out of these unless we have strict and clear regulations and policies that are respected and enforced. It's very important to enforce these regulations and policies because we have a lot of regulations, a lot of policies worldwide that are not enforced, unfortunately.
Thank you. Aparna, so from the climate finance perspective, what's the investment case for mitigation, which might include kind of funding for solar and wind, as opposed to adaptation, which could include projects that focus on WASH? Why would you say WASH investments are a tougher sell?
Yeah, it's a great question. Thank you so much for having me. Just in terms of background, I'm the Deputy Chief Climate Officer at the DFC. We're the U.S. government's development finance institution with a mandate to partner with the private sector to address the most pressing development challenges. I think it's a really key driver, I think, in why we see the disparities when it comes to climate finance between mitigation and adaptation. The ability to monetize benefits on the mitigation side of things, whether it's for clean energy to be able to sell that power, or even on energy efficiency in terms of reducing unit costs. The same thing when it comes to adaptation is much more difficult to quantify, as we all know, and especially on the water side. I think for us as DFC, it's an area that we've really struggled to find, a pipeline of bankable opportunities, because it is a public good and is treated as such, and especially when there's kind of financing that's coming in from the public sector, we are mandated to only partner with private sector entities. And so I think there's kind of a range of barriers there, but I think more broadly, a lot of the barriers that we see in, keeping adaptation financing from really happening at scale and flowing at the scale that we really need to see, it's one and the same when it comes to the WASH space as well.
Okay, got it. And Dr. Inga, so a lot of the work that you do focuses on water governance and kind of particularly community-based water governance. Can you talk about the ongoing efforts to recognize the way that people traditionally manage water and turn that into statutory law, water law?
Yeah, thanks. So maybe, I forgot to mention, I work for the International Water Management Institute. We're a research for development organization, part of the CGIAR, which is the world's largest agricultural research partnership. So a lot of the work that we do is very much, as you said, in communities, community-based approaches to water management. And in terms of your question, typically in the regions where I come from, so East and Southern Africa, the way water services delivery is usually managed is through big contractors, so huge contracting companies. They come into a rural community. Very little consultation with the community is done, and they will install whatever reticulation system or whatever infrastructure is needed. And the trouble with that is that most of the time communities don't feel a sense of ownership towards it. There's no buy-in, and ultimately they end up vandalizing these boreholes or systems. And what we have been working to do with many partners in the region is to look at how do you turn that around? How do you make put communities first at the center of infrastructure development? How do you work with them for them to identify what the needs are, to sort of finance it or co-finance it themselves, and to maintain that infrastructure? And we find that approach, it's a bit longer, but it is more sustainable, it's cheaper, and ultimately communities they feel that sense of ownership. So that's the first thing. And also the way in which water then is managed, it's multiple use, right? Whereas big contracting companies typically design infrastructure for single use. So that's the first challenge. Then the second issue is then how do you then scale, how do you incentivize this kind of community-based approach, right? It's not good enough just to have a few projects that are, successful in a few communities. What we have to do is we actually have to institutionalize this into local government planning. And that's the difficult thing. So one way in which we do that is we're trying to advocate for including these kind of community-based approaches into statutory water law. So acknowledging these kind of customary ways, more traditional ways of managing water and getting it recognized into water law. And so we call that sort of hybrid water law. And maybe just one thing to end off on that is it also, I guess, stems from the way in which our legal systems have been set up, which is largely through permits or water use licensing. And what we find is that it often criminalizes the most vulnerable, like smallholder farmers, because they can't afford to pay these licenses, permits. I mean, the most seasoned water professional has trouble navigating the bureaucracy of applying for these licenses. And then the state can't enforce when those licenses are not paid. So it's creating these huge backlogs of water licenses that are not paid and no one can enforce it. And what we're trying to say is, well, because water is managed sort of in this multiple use paradigm in any case, we should really try to expand those parameters, still keep permits and licensing for big strategic uses like industrial uses, but then have a more kind of relaxed or more flexible arrangement for smallholder farmers that acknowledges this kind of customary way of managing water.
And what are the challenges in the process of kind of moving it into law, kind of this traditional to law?
Yeah, so I mean, I think the one is just that first getting policymakers to recognize that this is a thing, this is the way actually water is managed in communities. So it's a whole change of mindset around how we set up, how we design policy and regulation. The second thing is also, how do you transfer an asset that belongs to a community and now say we have to manage it with a municipality, with government, right? That is quite difficult. How do you get a municipality to recognize that they can actually now contract a community as an infrastructure development organization, as a water service provider? That is a fundamental change. And then how do you get government to recognize that we're not talking about this is not anti-potable water. This is not, trying to do government's job for them, but we're saying in areas where it is difficult to find potable water, communities are finding water for themselves. Let's recognize that and let's get that better acknowledged into law.
And turning to you, Erin, what is the role that agriculture enterprises play in kind of ensuring that water sources are sustainable?
I think that's a great question, and also follows on that governance and public sector side. What is the role of the private sector in being able to now scale these technologies so that they can be integrated into the communities that we're working with? And so as WinRock, which is an American-based NGO, as we take a market systems development angle and work through the private sector to be able to try to scale these sort of climate smart technologies to increase agricultural production, working with those commercializable practices, whether we're talking about drip kits or solar pumps or what have you, looking for those opportunities to work with the private sector to get their technologies into the hands of people who need them, understanding the barriers and understanding the population. So strengthening the private sector to better target the needs, better understand the willingness to pay, and have a profit incentive to scale some of those technologies. Additionally, some of the work that we do with the private sector is trying to encourage them to bundle services like good agricultural practices, provision of market price, climate price, weather information as a way to build that rapport and client base in the communities that they're serving, so that it both strengthens their business model and that trust as an informational resource, but also strengthens their bottom line. Additionally, maintenance providers of those systems. We've seen the irrigation systems that, as we've talked about the boreholes or the irrigation systems that have been vandalized and underutilized. How do we build the infrastructure of businesses to maintain and profitably maintain some of those water systems? And then finally, bringing in finance is such a critical component of many of the small scale or medium scale farmers. We need access to finance to be able to cover the cost of these technologies. And so what are financial products that are right-sized for those different populations? And so working with the financial side. The last piece I'll mention, and I'm excited about some of the work we're doing in payment for environmental services, PFES by short, which is being able to collect user rights from companies like water utilities, beverage companies that can pay into a fund for the community that's managing their natural resources in and around a given watershed. And so one example in Vietnam that's been now implemented over the last 10 years has collected over $400 million US that's been directly paid to communities with over 5 million beneficiaries in Vietnam. And those are cash payments made digitally through their phone or through provision of services to those populations. And this is moving away from that donor-driven, USAID-driven model to what would be sustainable without that funding. And so with government support, with donor support to get these systems off the ground, we're partnering with the private sector and now building on similar systems in other regions of the world, Pacific Islands and Solomon Islands. We're starting out in Malawi, El Salvador. And so I think these models can work in different regions. It's still early days of figuring out what this looks like in almost a post-donor world, if you will, but bringing in some of the voluntary carbon credit and climate finance money into these equations and putting cash into the hands of communities directly for payment for those natural resource management, I think has tremendous potential.
Ahmed, just to follow up on the previous points we were discussing on kind of natural resources and maintenance and restoration of ecological systems. So Mercy Corps works in crisis situations often, and I think in crisis there's a lot of issues around priorities, and I imagine kind of working to ensure that ecological systems are maintained during crisis is a hard sell. Kind of what sort of conversations, what sort of strategies does Mercy Corps use to kind of ensure that nature-based solutions are part of humanitarian responses?
Yeah, like unfortunately, many countries and many people think that water resources management and ecosystem protection are not priorities in crisis situation. However, it's completely the opposite. Specifically and particularly in a crisis situation, the importance of water resources management and ecosystem protection magnifies and becomes more important, as it can directly impact our ability to respond effectively to the crisis. And we can make a lot of arguments here. First of all, in crisis situation, access to safe drinking water becomes more critical, and the risk of water-borne diseases increases. We've seen this in Yemen, we've seen this in Syria because of the wars. So ecosystem protection and the proper water resources management can ensure that our water sources are protected, treated, and distributed safely to those in need, and thereby reducing the risk of waterborne diseases. In addition to that, the importance of water resources management and even ecosystem protection does not only serve in mitigating crisis. These things can even prevent some crises, some natural crises like floods and droughts. For example, if we are protecting our ecosystems, if we have proper stormwater management plans and proper water infrastructure, we will be seeing less droughts and less floods in the coming in the future. Another important thing is that ecosystem protection and water resources management, if we doing that properly, can also prevent some kind of water-related conflicts. And we've seen this in Jordan, because in crisis time, access to water can become a source of conflict. Amid the Syrian refugee crisis in Jordan in 2012 and 2013, water was the main source of conflict between Syrian refugees and Jordanians in the hosting community. So Mercy Corps implemented a lot of projects to ensure that water is distributed equally, and there's equity in distributing water, and make sure that all stakeholders come together and start a dialogue and talk together. So this will reduce the tension and prevent future conflicts.
Aparna, DFC is working to map out small and medium enterprise that are working on water security. Why is DFC doing that, and kind of what are the next steps?
Yeah, thanks. This is something I'm really excited to talk more about. And so just in terms of a little bit of context, fiscal year 22, last year was the biggest year in terms of commitments our agency has made globally. And including for climate, it's the largest number that we've committed, and it was $2.2 billion in climate-linked investments across a wide range of sectors. Now, historically, when we've talked about climate finance, especially in the DFI community, that's really been synonymous to renewable investments, right, on the mitigation side. But what we've been really committed to is figuring out how we can really expand that kind of that definition to really recognize the wide-ranging impacts of climate and therefore the wide-ranging opportunities. And so kind of given this backdrop of the $2.2 billion in climate-linked investments, the adaptation side of investments was really a smaller chunk. So it was not tiny, but it was $390 million, but still not exactly that 50-50 split that we like to see, or that we hope to see as a wider financing community. So given that backdrop, basically at COP27, we launched a concentrated push to accelerate climate-related financing specifically for adaptation. And through that, what we've really identified is that SMEs, so small and medium enterprises, are really, along with being the lifeblood of most economies at, kind of at a local scale, especially on the adaptation side, when solutions really have to be locally driven and locally led, these businesses are really kind of a really key focus area that we want to be really intentional about how we're kind of figuring out deploying our own support for. And so this window that we've launched is inviting applications from businesses globally, but with a target on 4 priority sectors, including agriculture and food security, water security, nature-based solutions, and health. And the kind of those are by no means kind of exclusive, but really kind of the beginning categories that we have really identified. And water is specifically one of those areas, whether it's really on kind of water access or also the sanitation and hygiene side of things, where we've really recognized that SMEs are critical to being able to reach kind of especially the most vulnerable. When we talk about how adaptation financing is not reaching kind of at the community level where it's really needed in terms of flows, this is a window that we've been really excited to establish. So when you can learn more about that on dfc.gov/climate, it's the very first link at the top. But basically through that process, we've established a concentrated effort across various business lines within DFC, including our debt shop, technical assistance, funds, and equity, specifically to look at opportunities in adaptation and especially in the water security space. So please do either find me after or check out that link.
Awesome. And Dr. Inga, just kind of to touch on something you said in your opening remarks, you mentioned kind of this development foundation in Southern Africa, and there's been a lot of innovation that has come out of that. What are some of the innovations that you're most excited about in terms of WASH?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think in term there's many, but I think what is exciting, and maybe it's also linked to Aparna's point around sort of how we support the glue that links the farmer to the market, right? It's the SMEs. It's in the bundling. I think, Erin, you also mentioned it, sort of bundling of innovations and bundling of partners. So what we are seeing now is, partnerships that link solar irrigation with microfinancing and a digital platform that enables, a farmer to both get access to, say, climate information through a digital platform, see all the different pumps provided, but also if they can't afford it, access a microfinance product. So sort of bundling in that way. Others is also a lot being done now around drought-tolerant seeds, seed varieties, but then also looking at sort of how do we also make sure that we couple that with agronomic practices, integrated cropping, right? So it's not just about sort of maize-based systems that we are encouraging, but more diversified agriculture, livestock, legume, aquaculture, agriculture, these types of systems. So I would say, it's not a single innovation. It's really about these kind of bundling for really more sustainable solutions.
And Erin, to just follow up on your previous response as well. So you talked about kind of making sure there's the right type of finance for these projects, and then also the profit incentive. Can you expand upon that and kind of how do you make the right conditions?
Sure. I think it's, and first of all, I want to say I feel like I'm on the right panel. I've agreed with everything that I feel like we should start an organization and continue to merge all of these ideas because they're so interconnected, of bringing together the finance with the policy, with the disaster humanitarian context. But on the profit side, looking at where we can bring some of those innovative technologies specifically that are commercializable and understand where that's going to have significant impact. And so we go through a number of different analyses from our side, and we have our business experts work with the businesses on the technology to understand what the affordability looks like, what is the financing side, what is the impact on the natural environment in terms of the soil, land, and water management, and run that through a lens to select some of the innovations and the companies that are aligned with the same values that we would have as an organization. And those are the companies that we would try to strengthen and promote that business model to help try to encourage them to reach more geographies, reach more demographics, and something that they'll continue carrying on. What we've seen in some of the development programming on the market system side is there are for-profit companies that even create arms of services that they will provide if a donor funds it. But it's really not part of their core business. And so doing that initial vetting, getting an understanding of the motivations from that private sector partner, and of really aligning those values so that we can achieve those joint objectives, and that will continue on at the end of the project. It's a lot easier said than done, but that's a little bit how we do it.
And now I'm wondering if we can just go through all of the speakers and kind of give last thoughts, any points that you wanted to touch on or kind of key takeaways, and we'll start with Aparna.
Great. Yeah, I mean, I think when it comes to I think climate finance generally, but also climate action, anything in the WASH space, I think really to address these gaps, we need all hands on deck. We all have a part to play, whether it's on the financing side, policy, disaster risk reduction. There's so many pieces to the pie here, and so I think just seeing the diverse crew of people that you all have brought together is really inspiring. So hopefully we can all kind of keep this up.
Great. Dr. Inga?
Yeah, maybe building on that, I think for us it's about sort of, just encouraging the whole system approach. So this agri-food system approach. For us, of course, it's about how do we diversify our systems, right? And also build a kind of a food sovereignty in the region through supporting agri businesses, agri SMEs. But I think a lot of, Erin, you spoke about it. It's, despite the fact that there's all this funding, it doesn't get to the SMEs. Many of them are not investment ready or investable yet. So it's sort of how do you work with them, providing that technical support from climate smart agriculture to gender and social inclusive business models, a whole suite, to help them get to that point where they can access that kind of funding. That's the gap at the moment.
So what I wanted to say that particularly in those countries facing fragility and conflicts, it's particularly hard and challenging to achieve water security and food security. So what we need to do is we need to follow an approach that couples both immediate life-saving provision of basic water supplies with longer-term planning that promotes and prioritizes sustainability and resilience in the face of different shocks and crises, specifically those caused by climate change currently.
I would just end by saying we try to focus our responses on our climate smart food systems approach, which is bringing together all of the different players. We certainly by ourselves can achieve quite little, but linking hands with people in the room, people on the stage, we can really achieve tremendous impact. So would just encourage anyone to speak afterwards who may be interested in talking more and exploring partnerships to develop solutions in the different contexts that you work in.
Wonderful. Well, we're unfortunately out of time, but thank you all so much for the rich discussion. Thank you. I'd like to invite my colleague Anna back to the stage.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to welcome up our fellow final panelists to the stage. So I'm pleased today to have Sultan Rahimzoda. He is the Special Envoy of the President of Tajikistan for the Water and Climate Coalition Leaders, as well as Chairman of the Executive Committee of the International Fund for Saving the RLC. Welcome. Now, as many of you know, Tajikistan is co-hosting the U.N. Water Conference alongside the Netherlands. The Dutch are, of course, pretty well known for their flood management projects, given that they are such a low-lying area, but Tajikistan is not as readily associated with water issues, so it kind of begs the obvious question here, why Tajikistan for the water conference?
Thank you, Anna, for inviting me. So first of all, water for Tajikistan is a strategic resource. It's not only the source of our economic development, but also source of national security. Because we don't have the fuel and gas, and that's why 98% of our electricity comes from water. We rank 6th in the world in terms of the using renewable resources of energy. The second, Tajikistan is a developing country, and we have been facing a lot of challenges to use these resources effectively for the benefit of the country. That's why first time when we initiated the International Year of Fresh Water, it was 1999. The idea behind of this initiative was to attract the attention of the world community, to know about Tajikistan, to know about our challenge, and to find the support of the donors countries, international community for Tajikistan to address this challenge. But time has shown that Tajikistan has received multiple effects from these processes. Of course, we did attraction of the world community to our country, but also to water resources. The second moment, we could attract the support of the development partners to address those challenges we have in the country. And the third one, I think it's a political benefit of the country. If 25 years ago, I could ask many of you, where's Tajikistan? Maybe many of you couldn't even answer. But today, Tajikistan is co-chairing very historical and ambitious conference in the world. And indeed, through these processes, we also learned a lot from the international experience, and that's why we started already to adjust the water governance inside of our country based on the IWR and based on the international standards and principles. And in 2015, the government of Tajikistan endorsed the National Water Sector Reform Program, I mean, to make this kind of change in the country to have more benefit and to address those challenges we have been facing.
And now on that note, you've touched on the water reforms in your 2030 strategy. Can you talk a bit more about some of the examples of what reforms are happening on the ground? What are some of the results you're seeing, and also what are some of the challenges you've encountered?
Yeah, indeed. Initial idea behind the water sector reform was two. First, it's to implement the international standard, especially the principles of integrated water resources management inside of the country. And the second one, splitting the functions on policy and regulatory between, from the operation and maintenance. Until 2015, we had one ministry basically engaged in all these issues, and it was not enough basically, I mean, to do the policy and regulatory issues. And the second moment is transition to integrated water resources management based on the basin approach. So until now, we already created 5 river basin organizations, river basin councils. For 3 basins, we already developed the river basin plans, which assess basically the current situation within those basins and recommended or provided the action plan how to address those challenges on the basin level.
Now, we talk about challenges. Of course, one of the main ones that we've been discussing all day is climate change. Can you talk about how that has impacted the reforms and the projects, and how you've been forced to adapt over the years?
Basically, we are a mountainous country and very prone to the impacts of the climate change. Our Honorable President yesterday at the opening of a ceremony of this conference mentioned that we already lost around 1,000 of our glaciers. Basically, we had 14,000 of the glaciers covering 8% of the territory of the country. We're providing around 60% of the water resources of the Aral Basin. And this tendency, I mean, that we already lost around 30% of the volume of our glaciers, which means that in the future, in the midterm, long-term future, it brings to the reducing of the water flows, which will impact in line with the population growth, of course. The situation will be very serious. And I mean, the changing our governance, transition from administrative body to basin boundaries, to manage water resources, it was basically also based on the taking into account the effects of the climate change, which causes a lot of basically damage in our economy, undermining our efforts to achieve sustainable development. And within the water sector reform also, we changed our laws. We developed the new water code for the Tajikistan. We updated and adopted the new national law on drinking water supply and sanitation. We adopted the new law on water user association. All these changes had been done taking into account this challenge and to make our system, water resources management system, sustainable, addressing those challenges, including the climate change in our country.
Now, of course, there has to be some role for the private sector to have systematic approach to WASH issues. But as we've been hearing, it's not generally an attractive investment, WASH issues. What kind of incentives do you think can be offered to appeal to the private sector?
That is really still one of the challenging issues in my country. We have only maybe a few examples where the private sector are engaged in a water sector in Tajikistan. When I talked about the changing of the national legislation, including the adoption of the new law on drinking water supply and sanitation in 2019, before 2019, the national legislation, national law didn't allow us to involve private sector, that in drinking water supply subsector. And then changing this law, we could basically attract attention and to bring the private sector, that at least, the regulatory, it is now possible, but because of the tariff is very low, unfortunately, and of course the attraction of the business community and private sector is still very challenging. But the government of Tajikistan, through the change in the regulatory and also providing incentives, including through the tax measures and etc. So are trying now to provide this kind of opportunity for private sector to be engaged in. One of the examples of this also, it's a PPP model, public-private partnership. And those few projects we have now in my country, it's a PPP projects. Very fortunately, we can say that in drinking water supplies, they are effective. And we are looking now, looking forward to have more projects in drinking water supply system. The same, so we are working also in irrigation system. Indeed, for hydropower, which is the major part of energy sector of the country, it's too attractive, so the private sector is ready to be engaged in the hydropower. But when you're talking again about the irrigation and drinking water supply, it's a little bit challenging. But the government is doing many things, they're providing this kind of incentives to bring them on the board to help to be in, to support the country in these sectors.
Now, Tajikistan, just like all countries, shares its water resources with its neighbors. How would you describe water WASH cooperation in Central Asia?
Water resources management in Central Asia, it's very specific because more than 80% of water resources are being originated or formed in the territory of the two upstream countries, Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan, while the 85% of water resources being used by the downstream countries, by Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan. And the problem and challenge is the interests of the upstream and downstream countries are different. Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan, where the more than 90% of water of the electricity comes from hydropower, from water, they are interested to use these water resources mostly during the winter time when the demand for electricity is very high. But for the downstream countries, they are interested to use this water during the summertime for the benefit of irrigation. Without proper cooperation, it would be very complicated, of course, to manage this issue in the region. That's why in 1993, the countries of the region created the International Fund for Saving the RLC, the organization which is dealing for water resources management and environmental issue. And currently, Tajikistan is chairing in the fund, and in parallel, I'm chairman of this executive committee of the International Fund for Saving the RLC. So we have been providing for these 30 years the platform for dialogue and cooperation for the countries of the region. And back early in 90s, many experts, basically, they were forecasting or saying that the water will be one of the potential source of conflict in the region. But fortunately, because of the willingness of the governments of the region, because of this platform, we could manage this issue without any serious conflict, without any, big or tough, complicated relationship between the countries, so providing this. And of course, Tajikistan was among the countries created this fund and being very active within this platform, based on the main principles that water should be source of peace and cooperation in the region.
And now we've talked about your neighbors as well as the private sector. What about other stakeholders in the process, such as civil society? How is Tajikistan working to incorporate other stakeholders into these efforts?
In terms of the bringing different stakeholders in water resources management system, within the water sector reform, I already mentioned that we created river basin organizations and river basin councils. So the river basin council is a platform to bring together different stakeholders on the level of the basin to come together to discuss those challenges they are facing, and also to make a contribution and input for the decision makers in terms of how to move forward. This is a case of the basin level. On the national level, we have also national policy dialogue. It's a platform bringing together different stakeholders, the government and the development partners together to discuss basically what is the gap, what is the progress achieved, and to define, the ways how to move forward to address those challenges we have.
Now, as the conference co-host, I know you've been pretty busy probably running around. What are some of the positive things you've seen, some of the things you would still like to see? We've got one more day left. What are some of your takeaways?
As co-host of the conference, of course, we are delighted to welcome all of you here in New York and joining this historical and ambitious conference. When we started our collaborative works with our Dutch friends and colleagues from the UN system toward this conference, we decided that the preparatory conference and the conference itself should be based on three main principles: inclusivity, cross-sectorality, and action-oriented. So in terms of inclusiveness, we did our best to involve all interested parties, different stakeholders, starting from the farmers on the ground until the high-level political leaders in this process, leaving no one behind. The second moment is cross-sectorality, and we understand that basically water sits at the core of the sustainable development. And yesterday also Secretary General of the UN mentioned that it's not a conference about water. Also, it is the water conference, but it's much beyond water, because water is source of our life. Water is source of the energy, source of food. It's a source for the environment, sustainability, for peace and security and stability and development, of course. That's why, bringing together different stakeholders in nexus approach, in integrated approach, will have multiple benefit for that. And the third one, action-oriented. So based on the existing assessments, we know that our action, unfortunately, up to now, is not enough. So we need to quadruple our efforts and actions to achieve SDG 6 and other water-related goals by 2030. That's why we have been calling the international community to come to the conference with commitments, bold, strong, innovative, transformative commitments to accelerate actions to achieve SDG 6 and other water-related goals. And therefore, we are delighted to see that today, I guess it's more than 600 commitments are already registered in the Water Action Agenda, which is a major outcome of this conference. And that means also the involvement of different stakeholders in this process. We are very delighted to see that different stakeholders, they are committed for water. And our message to the world community, basically, let's be united for water. Really, water deserves to be duly respected, valued, and better managed, of course. Second is, let's be committed for action. Without actions, we will not be able to achieve those goals and targets we have ahead of us. And the third one, it's just, let's be united to make this conference a watershed moment for the world. It's really historical moment for us because it's the second one in the history, and we don't have another 50 years to wait another conference to take action to achieve our goals. Let's use this chance, had been given to us. It's big responsibility, but I think everybody understands that using this chance, this opportunity rightly, we will be able to achieve the success. Otherwise, the next generation will not forgive us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think that's a great thought and warning at the same time to end on. Thank you, Sultan.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to invite our executive editor, Kate, to the stage for some concluding remarks.
All right. Thank you all. Thank you all so much for being here with us for such a exciting day with rich discussions and conversations, and those of you joining us online as well, we really appreciate it. You know, we will be continuing to cover these topics and these issues. I think we're probably preaching to the converted if you're in this room or watching online, but hopefully today we've helped further the case for investment in WASH. We will be at WHA in Geneva in May, so if you're going to be there, we'll have a couple days of events. This will be on the agenda as well as other global health issues. Please join us there. Then we'll be back in this exact same venue in September for UNGA for a few days events, and then in Dubai for COP in December. So we'd love to see any of you there in person or online. If you want to stay updated on any of our coverage on WASH or more generally, again, subscribe to Devex Newswire and Devex Checkup, which is our global health weekly newsletter if you are not already subscribed. And of course, I have to do one shameless plug. On the back of your name tags, the lovingly handwritten name tags. You know, we figure out a lot of things. Tech and innovations come pretty far, but printers still seem to be a challenge. On the back of those, you can sign up for a free 15-day trial to Devex Pro. That is our premium news subscription where you can get access to all of our news analysis, special events just for pros. We really appreciate our pro members because they help make our reporting possible. I would also like to thank our partners who helped make today possible. So the Reckitt Global Hygiene Institute, our innovation partner and reception partner, which we're just about to lead into, and our supporting partner, the One Drop Foundation. So thank you again for your support for today's event. But before we kick off with some drinks, and we do hope you'll stay for some networking, a chance to meet and connect with the other participants here, for those of you who are in the room. But before we kick off for that, I would like to welcome Simon Sinclair, who's the Executive Director for Reckitt Global Hygiene Institute, to say a few words. For those of you joining us online, we'll end here now and hope to see you at a future online event. So thank you.
Thanks very much indeed. And really, I've got to say, I'm enormously proud to have been able to sponsor such a wide-ranging and impactful summit, and hugely grateful to Devex. And thank you very much for giving us that opportunity. And I have to admit that I stand here, sadly, without a T-shirt saying "Wash Girl Boss."